So we're going to start now. I'm expecting him anytime soon in our midst. Let me show my video. Hold on. Yeah, I hope you can see me now. I hope you can see me now. Right. So yes. So it's good to have a whole lot of people in class today. A whole lot of people are joining from the first cohort. A few of my NIT students are also here. A few of friends are also here. So please let us let me just allow him in. All right, we're waiting for a guest to join us. Once he joins, I'm going to read his profile a little bit. As a short profile, I'm going to read the profile, then we would start. Right? Then we would start. All right. Would also be nice if you can join via videos. If you can enable your videos for a while so that you can see us. Even I like to see you people once in a while too. So as you are seeing my face, let me see your face as well. Let me see your beautiful faces as well. Right. So you can turn on your video. You can turn on your videos so that we can see your face. Mr. Ben, I would love to see your face. Lola, Mr. Emeka, Ibukun, John, and everybody, Madam Vivian, Madam Odonla, everybody. I love to see your videos as well. Today is our grand finale. So yes, let's turn on. Yes, Mr. Dotun is here. Glory to God. Mr. Dotun is here. Awesome. Good afternoon, Mr. Dotun. I'm expecting Mr. Mike and a few other people to join us. So if you can turn on your videos, it will be nice just for a few minutes, especially when our guest joins. We're waiting for him. I hope he's not having issues joining. Right. So people who owe me assignments, I'm still waiting for your assignment, right? So that we can move to the next assignment. Your cohort still has one assignment and projects to go, right? But I've not dropped the assignment because you guys have not submitted. Only one person has responded to the last assignment. So please turn in your assignments.
I sent mine today.
Oh, great, IBK. Right. I'll check. Awesome. I know that. Okay, so IBK and Patricia have been the one who has submitted. I'm waiting for others.
Mr. Chairman, I've submitted though.
You submitted to Awesome. I trust you. Welcome, Madam Anita.
Yes,
I trust you. All right, so we have I know Lola is busy, but when you're done, please try and turn in your assignment. Then
is it the COVID research?
Eh?
Are you talking about the COVID research?
Can hear you, please.
Are you talking about the COVID research you are doing? I mean the assignment.
No, not that one. Not that one. It's for the assignment I'm talking about. Is for the cohorts, right? All right. So please, our guest is here. Somebody is IBK. I think you are the one. Carpenter is beating something. Help me mute your mic, please. Yes, our guest is here. Mr. Tofumi is here. It's really, really good to have you, Mr. Tofumi. Everybody has been waiting for you. We are happy and glad to have you in our midst. I'll try and show you guys. Of course, you're going to see his face. He's going to join us via video. I'm going to show you his picture. It's a very handsome man, right? A very handsome man. Yes, so we can start. Mr. Tofumi, please confirm if you can hear me.
Oh, yes, I can hear you. Hi.
Oh,
everybody.
beautiful. Oh, welcome. I'm Oluwaseun. Welcome. Welcome. Awesome. All right, everybody, we are good to go. I'm just going to read a bit of his profile here so that we can get started. Tofumi Falade is a software engineer at Paystack. He started his software development career in 2013, where he learned how to build a website using HTML and CSS. He then proceeded to getting materials off the internet, experimenting with PHP till he could create a full web application by himself. Tofumi finished with a BA in English from Obafemi Awolowo University, but he has since only worked in the tech industry as a software engineer. He has led a team of other brilliant engineers and is currently sharpening his skills even more with the leading tech fintech company acquired by Stripe. That's Paystack. So that is a brief about Mr. Tofumi. Now, guys, I can say to you, he's a very, when you call somebody Mr. Versatile, right? That is Tofumi. Tofumi is Mr. Versatile. Let me give you a small ink to, or a small gist into what he can do, right? I know that the company he was before he went to Paystack, right? It's, you know, big boy Paystack. Who doesn't want to work with Paystack, right? You know, $200 million valuation, right? When I calculated that in Nigeria money, it was about 90 billion. You can imagine, whooping 90 billion, right? But before he left, right, I know that I used to hear about him, and I hear that he's the guy that is the go-to guy for everything, right? So, and you can imagine what that means, right? When say somebody is a go-to guy for everything in tech, it means that he literally knows a whole lot of stuff, right? And we're hoping that we can at least, you know, get some of that good stuff from him today. So, Mr. Tofumi, welcome. Can we just jam our hands together? Use your all the virtual means of clapping. All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Holt, you're welcome. You have the floor, please.
All right, thank you so much. That was really flattering. I mean, that's like an exaggeration of who I am.
No, it's not. I know it is not.
Well, I'm happy to be here. I'm like really happy to be here. I was wishing I'll be able to like see like one or two people's faces, so I'll be able to.
Yes, please. You can turn on your screen so that you can see your faces. I would love to see your faces as well. Please do turn on your screen, so I mean your camera, so that we can, you know, let's see our faces. Let's see a little bit of video. Yeah, IBK, that's you. Welcome. Thank you, IBK. Right. Awesome.
Right.
We can continue.
Yeah, thank you. So I mean, I've been in the industry for a while, and yeah, it's been God's grace all true, and like, you know, personal push and all, and I I'm going to actually just freestyle this, because after reading what I needed to like talk about, I realized that I'll be doing a disservice if I start preparing slides and just trying to. I need to like maybe tell my story, or tell like my friend's story, and see how we all key into it. Okay, so I know that this class is just ending like an SQL training for analytics, and we might be wondering what that really translates to like in the tech industry, like what can you use it to do and all. So SQL is, I mean, I'm sure like you've done your training. You can, it's used for like a lot of things, like, and it can channel you into like different fields. it can even be like a foundation for you, like into software engineering. Because when you look at the whole of software engineering, what we do is we manipulate data. Yeah, minus like the logic behind the whole code you write. At the end, what you're actually doing is manipulating data. And if you can write your SQL like very well, you can work with like any company, because all company deals with data. Like any tech company deals with data. You can be like a data analyst, and take for instance in Paystack now, there are like a lot of decisions that we can't make without our data analysts. They need to like write queries, and when you talk of like queries now, it's not just like small boy queries where maybe I'm just building an e-commerce website. I want to fetch like all my stocks. Yeah, you're talking of fetching transactions, comparing fraud detection. I mean, like just making sense of data and use it for like business decisions. So this is, I wish I had the opportunity to actually have something like this, like when I was starting. And another thing is, please, if you don't have background in, say, mathematics, computer science, please, I don't want you to ever see it as a stumbling block for you. Like it's not something that will stand in your way. And I mean, you have to make that, you have to like have that little arrogance in you that no, it won't stop, it won't stand in my way. And I promise it cannot stand in your way, because I finished with English throughout my secondary school. I was in arts class, but I've always loved like tech. I never for once had like a special class where I like went through maybe trying to like, you know, get me up for tech. And it's been like so far it's been very interesting. Like, I mean, having like that world out there for you to go and explore, experiment, and make cool cash from. Yeah, when I started 2013, I started with HTML, CSS. I mean, that's like that's like the basic for like web development. There are a lot of other aspects to software engineering than web development, but I started with web development, and I built, I think my first project was a blog site where you can upload some Comedia, where you can upload songs, you can upload videos, you can, you know, post news. And yeah, that was it on campus at that time. And from there, I mean, that time on campus was really crazy, yeah, because I needed money. There was the passion for it. I loved what I was doing, but I needed to also make money. But there was that gap. I could not just fill in that gap. And fast forward to, I continued like taking gigs, taking freelance jobs, or Fiverr, freelancer, till I think like 2017, when I like joined my first company after school, Bellevue. That was actually like a defining moment for me, yeah, because I've always like believed that nothing is going to stop me. Like anytime I see all these things like SQL, PHP, JavaScript, I see them as tools. And as a software engineer, like a carpenter, they are just tools. And when you need to build something, you look for the best tool for the job. Yeah. So I'm never scared of learning something new. And I think, and the truth is, we all have that capability within us. Like once you set your mind, I don't mean to sound like a motivational speaker, but it's just the truth. Like once you put yourself in that world and you feel like, okay, this is a tool, if I need to use it, I will learn it. Trust me, like it's just a matter of time. People that did like computer science and all, they would have edge like over, because they've done most of these things in school. So you just need to like put extra effort, yeah, and you will always get there. That is just the truth. You will always get there, and you'll be able to. And there is one other thing that I had always, that had been like a principle or a philosophy for me, and as I think contributed to my growth, is whatever you have, you can actually use it to, if you harness it well, you can use it to like achieve a lot of things. If it's just SQL you can write, that means you can deal with like BigQuery. You can look at data. I can tell you, oh, I want to like fetch data across like 17 tables, and I'll be looking for like a pro SQL writer, like a pro SQL query writer that can write like a very optimized query to join these tables, index them properly, and fetch like this record out in real time. And I mean, that is like the power of SQL. Not to talk of you combining it with like other things if you don't stop in SQL. I mean, there is like the machine learning world where you can like harness the power of SQL, the power of data analytics, plus you learning Python. I mean, once you see it as a tool, you can learn Python. Funny thing is, you can learn Python for just the sake of a project, and you like let go of it and pick on the next tool if you need to. Yeah, but you always have your core. You would always have like that core, which is like data analytics. Yeah. So um, I don't know. Like I said, I'm freestyling this, so I'm just trying to like spread like my talk.
Please go ahead. We're following you. We're
As much. Yeah. So back to like my little story. So 2017, I joined my first company. That was Valview Innovations, and I said it was like a defining moment for me, because I'd always, locked myself within, oh, I can only write PHP. Oh, and I can only write PHP in this way. Okay, like, I did not see myself doing any other thing than writing PHP, just writing like the whole application and using procedural. So when I joined Valview, that was like my first time I will be working with a team. So I needed to expand my horizon, and it was fun. Yeah, I picked up like tasks that I've never done before. That was like my first time where I'll be writing like JavaScript in a very large scale. Yeah, and it was scary. It was an application. It was a startup application. I was going to go live, and I mean, I just stood by it. I'd always said, once it's time for me to pick up a new tool, I will pick it up and I'll learn it. And fast forward to, I think, 2018, I joined Law Pavilion. I've had to like interact with servers, using Linux and all. And this at every step, I still like held that thing, which is I can do anything I want to do. Yeah. And I can learn anything I want to learn. Yeah. It's just a matter of time. If it's going to take me, and there's no best way of learning a tech tool than using it. Actually, like you can stay in class, learn SQL for as long as you've learned it. If you don't put it into use, trust me, you will forget it. So even if it's you just like practicing, like while you're looking for like gigs, keep practicing, keep checking like tasks online, keep building tools. Okay, because if you are going into like the tech world to look for jobs, people will ask you, what have you done? And now there's something that we fail to realize, like especially within the tech industry, that is, I think, is peculiar to us. Sorry. I think it's peculiar to us, but we fail to harness it, is that a lot of times when companies say they're looking for people with experience, most times it doesn't have to be professional experience. And when I say professional experience, it doesn't have to be an experience of, oh, I have worked with this company and I've worked with this company. Sometimes you can actually present things you have done, things you have built. Okay, so like it could be tools. If you go to my GitHub, like they are just like really small tools, but it could be tools you built. It could be that you wrote, you've done like your research and you wrote like a very lovely query. Because the truth is, the people at the other end, it's not about this is not law. Sorry, this is not. It really doesn't. It has to do with what you have here. It has to do with what you can deliver. If I'm sitting on like an interview panel, the truth is, I'm actually not looking for where have you worked, because you might have worked with like 5 previous companies and maybe you just found your way to like dodge yourself. You might have worked with just one company and maybe your last encounter with them changed you and you spent like 2 months building yourself. So the truth is, I would actually be I'll be checking what can you do. okay, what have you even tried to do? So basically what I'm driving at is, while you are searching for a job, have your GitHub profile up and keep building tools there. Keep building. Just keep building. And I think you've learned Git also, because it's actually a really great collaborative tool that you will need
We're
anywhere.
actually learning GitHub today.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
I'm
like
teaching GitHub
fantastic.
today.
Yeah, that's like really fantastic.
I'm
So
glad that you mentioned it.
yeah. So you can create it, because as Twitter accounts and Instagram accounts are to influencers, so also GitHub is to an average developer. So and I learned that very late, actually. I think maybe because I was just lucky to like have like some, but I learned that very late. Like your LinkedIn, your GitHub profiles, they like work hand in hand. Your LinkedIn for like creating like a like just you writing about yourself. Your LinkedIn should be in a way that once I go to your LinkedIn profile, it looks like a resume. Yeah, that is how your LinkedIn. Some people make mistakes too, like not mistakes. It's a tip anyway. Just take it as a tip. I don't have like the final say. It's just a tip. So your LinkedIn should like be curated in a way that it's like a resume. Yeah, you have like where you've worked, you have things you've done, you have links to your projects, and you have like a summary. Then when I go to your GitHub, it should be a place where you can, looking at your project, you can prove to me that you know what you are doing. And so it's two things I want to see in your GitHub. One, you're proving to me that you know what you are doing. Two, even if you are not so good yet, you should be able to prove to me from how you've written your code, how you've written your documentation, that you're someone that is willing to learn. You're someone that can learn. That it's actually very key. Like you can learn, because the truth is, no matter how good you are, sorry, how many minutes do I have? I think I need to ask that, because I'll just keep talking. You're muted.
Just continue. You still have about 20 minutes.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Fantastic. All right. So so that's another thing. Like you need to be able to, prove to the interviewer that you are someone that can learn. Because, like I said, in tech, yeah, if you're a senior developer or a senior analyst today, you are just that because of you are that because of your experience. You are that because you are that good. You are that because of your current state of knowledge. Now, fast forward to 5 years after, if you don't keep up with the trend, if you don't keep up with the technology, you will become as junior as anybody that is just starting up. That's just the truth. So we need to also keep up with trends. That doesn't mean we should there are like technologies that will come and go, that they will not stay for long. So that doesn't mean we should jump at every buzzword that comes out like there. We don't need to jump at every buzzword, but we should make sure we keep up with trends and see SQL and everything that you've learned as tools. Don't let them define you. Okay, so don't see yourself as see yourself as software engineers. Like you are there to like propose solutions to problems. Don't see yourself as an SQL engineer. So that way, when another problem comes up, and maybe what you can use to solve that problem, if you need to like write queries for MySQL, you'll be able to write it. If you need to like write queries for SQLite, you'll be able to like, oh, this is SQLite. I can write queries for it. If you need to write queries for MS SQL, if you need to write queries for Postgre, if you need to even write like for MongoDB, or you need to like deal with things with like Redshift, I mean, you'll be able to like, once you don't lock yourself up to just SQL and you see it as a tool, you'll be able to like harness the power for like so many other things. So I mean, that's like I don't know. I think maybe I'll pause here, and so that I don't like just talk so much. I want to like take questions at this point, and yeah, before I maybe continue. So,
All right. Thank you so much. We're grateful for your time. I think I would ask some questions. If you have questions, please, you can unmute yourself. Just raise up your hands using the virtual hand raising function. And yes, we'll take your questions. Okay, Vivian, just hold on. I want to ask a few questions on behalf of my students. And
okay.
And of course, first of all, thank you for all that you have told us, right? We're really grateful about that. And yes, we're
Okay.
proud of you for all that you have done, or all that you are doing for the tech industry and building solutions that is changing the world. Right now, my first question will be that, so you are an SQ, I mean, you are a developer, you're a software developer, right?
Yeah.
How much of work do you do with SQL? If you're going to put it in percentage, how much of work do you do with SQL? That's one. Two, you work with of course these guys are training to be data
Okay.
analysts, right? So how much of, and I know you've
Yeah.
worked with data analysts and data scientists in several phases of your career. How much of work do you see them do, you and your colleagues in those fields? How much of work have you seen them do, or did you see them do with SQL?
Okay. All right. So can you hear me? I think my network is
Yes, we
breaking.
can hear you. We can
Can
hear
you hear
you.
me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. So let me just quickly answer those two before we ask the question. So the first question is how often do I use, in terms of percentage, how often do I use SQL?
Yeah.
It will be tricky for me to actually put a percentage to it, but I will try and give like an insight. So the thing is, as a software engineer, you are dealing, like I said, there is like 50% of logic, you writing logic, I mean, writing, oh, this should be this should be this. And there's 50% of you interacting with data. Because at the end, what is software without data? Yeah.
Exactly.
When the user is logging in, when the user is registering, you are actually taking what they've given you and keeping it in the database. That is SQL. When the user is logging in, you are taking the email and password they've provided to you, you are comparing it against what you have in your database. That is SQL.
Exactly.
When the user logs in and you want to show timeline, like say Twitter, for instance, you want to show them like tweets and what people are seeing, you are hitting an endpoint API that is querying the database, checking for these people you are following, their latest tweets, and sending it back and giving it to you. That is SQL. Yeah, that is database. Yeah, because there are like different type of database anyways. So, but let's use SQL. That is SQL. I mean, think about it. You are paying. Yeah, let's just place that for instance. You are paying. Yeah, the part that everybody thinks it's all about is, oh yeah, we are charging card. But the truth is, what is charging card without you actually keeping the record that this card was charged and it was charged successfully? It's the software is going to be useless if that cannot happen. So that is as SQL. What is, I mean, I can keep going. So that's why I said it's a very thin line.
Yeah.
You have to, for you to be able to like be especially back-end developer, you need to be able to write SQL to a point. And let me tell you something. Another thing is, you just don't need to know how to write SQL. You need to know how to write an optimized SQL query. Because when you're dealing with application that is large, you start talking of indexing. You start looking at, oh, you should not order by an unindexed colon. You know, you start looking at very tricky things that you normally will not look at if you are building like an everyday application.
You have to
start
look
looking
at constraints.
Exactly. You have to look at constraints. You have to consider when to put a foreign key constraint and when not to put
And when
it.
not to use a foreign key constraint.
So these things come to play a lot in like an average software developer. And that is, you know, if you look at everything I'm saying now, it's just create, read, update. Like that is what, like as a software engineer, that's what you would really be interacting with. Yeah. But when you come to the world of like a data analyst, they make sense of data. Yeah, they are like how do I put it? They are like seers. Yeah, they're like the chief priests that you don't get to see them. Prophets, yeah. You don't get to see them in like the like shouting world, but they are what actually drives the business. In business that want to go smart. So when you talk of like Walmart has like a dedicated department to machine learning, data analytics. Like there's like a teamwork between them. When you talk of Amazon has this. When you talk of Paystack has this. When you talk of Stripe, they are big companies that are like, when you talk of Apple, Facebook, they all have like
Microsoft.
I'm not talking of one Microsoft. I'm not talking of one person that is a data analyst. Too. I'm talking
An
of
army.
the whole departments, army of data analysts. Yeah, and it's a big world. It's a very big world. You make sense of data. So a data analyst, like in my experience working with data analysts, yeah, we've seen situations where we're like, okay, we want to do this. This is what the product department, the product management department is requesting for. Guys, what do you think? Do you think this is actually the next thing we need to do? Okay, so we'll go to the data. They like create like a warehouse of data. They create graphs out of this data. Then you get to see from so year to so year, we had increase on, say, I'll give you a reward scenario, and I hope I'll not be going against my contract. But take for instance, yeah, we have on PayStack when you want to pay, you have pay by card, you have pay by transfer, you have pay by USSD, yeah. Then you will now think like, okay, why would after having these three, why would we go ahead again to go and add something like pay with Apple Pay? Why? What will drive this type of decision is because there are some people that had made sense of the data we had. There are some people that created the graph out of the data we had. Like, okay, what out of all the transactions that has happened from so year to so year, how many of them were by card? How many of them were by USSD? At what point did we have more of by transfer than by USSD? Oh, it looks like we have more of by transfer. Let us actually explore this option more. Let's expand it to let's like touch more banks. Okay, let's go more. If we go, and I'll give you another scenario. So there is that in Nigeria. Then in Ghana, we'll get to Ghana. Oh, it looks like pay by transfer might not be like really great in like say Ghana. It looks like they are dealing with more of pay by bank. Okay, guys, let's annex their bank. Let us make sure like pay by bank is like what I mean. You see decisions that are being made behind, and that's what we like channel the whole software engineering department to building that. Yeah, and you have the aspect where the sales team want to like they want to look for how to like put out their adverts. Yeah, they want to look for who to even target. When I was at Law Pavilion, there are times where we just say, okay, we want to create these adverts. We want to like address this. Oh, are we targeting SANs? Now, are we targeting SANs? Are we targeting young lawyers? Are we targeting old lawyers? Or they call them, I think, young wigs and old wigs. Are we targeting like old wigs, young wigs? Are we, like, and all these decisions, we didn't even explore data as much as we should. Like when I was in Law Pavilion, because if we did, we were sitting on like box of data. But there are all these things that go on. Even the government data, even military data, like there are a lot of things that like as a data analyst, like it sits on. So I don't know if I have been able to answer your questions, the two questions.
Yes. Of course you have. Of course you have. Right. And another question I would like to ask is, of course, we know that presently there is no field in IT that you actually want to do or that you do not need SQL, right? Of course, even for the hardware guys now, they are beginning to go into understanding the way the data work, right? And I'm not an hardware guy. Yes.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, just to quickly chip in. Sorry, what you said now just reminded me of something. So when I got into PayStack, yes, there is someone that they call SQL Bib. So I was like,
you call him what?
So I had an interaction. They call her SQL Bib. Like,
okay, SQL Bib. Okay,
she's really good at SQL. So I got into the company and I was like, okay, we need this data, and we needed the data at that time, and someone wrote like a query, joined like a lot of table, created like a CSV file from like data, and I was trying to look for who did it, and they pointed me to like a customer care rep, like a user ops rep. I'm like, wait, what?
What?
So like I can't write that level of SQL, that, to be very honest. And I got to realize that there is almost nobody that is in the user ops team, like the customer rep team within Paystack, that cannot write SQL. So SQL has actually gone, it has gone past, it is a skill that you can, that if you have, and you go into like other fields, especially like the tech industry, like it will always come in and it will always make you stand out. It will always make you stand out. So yeah, I just wanted to quickly chip that in before you like ask your full question.
Thank you for that. At least these are things that I know that I've mentioned to my guys before, right? The power of SQL, right? We are, of course, we're in the fourth industrial revolution where data powers everything that we do, right? And
Yeah.
learning the skill of SQL is like the entry point or for tech people now, right? Whatever you want to do, data analyst, whatever you want to do, SQL is that skill that you need to learn. All right. My last question will be that what would you advise somebody who just learned SQL now, right? What kind of projects would you advise them to work on? What are the resources that you think that they can leverage on such that they can improve their skills? Of course, they are in a country where getting jobs is as difficult as passing through a camel passing through the needle of the eye of an needle. But what, and of course they need experiences like you mentioned to be able to get these opportunities that are available, either remote or on-premise kind of job, right? So what kind of project would you advise them to work on? And yeah, just give us some enlighten us on what kind of project you think that they can lay their hands on.
All right.
And yeah.
All right. So like I said, like I've mentioned previously, once you see SQL as a tool, there are a bunch of things that you can, merge with it. There are a bunch of things that you can even do with it alone. So I'll give you an instance here. You can go online, for instance. I think I'm not sure if I see like websites like that. I think I was saying, but there are websites that post like challenges that has to do like data. You can, like, if you can get like challenges like that, you can solve them. You can, like, when you solve them, you can upload what you've solved like that. You can send it to your GitHub, keep it on your GitHub. You can write, you can try to like get like there are open source data like gather data on let's say if you can lay hands on like open source data for say banking, for instance, you can make sense of that data and say, okay, so percentage of people within this age range are likely to take loan and pay back. So there are like bunch of I've forgotten like that particular website. I'll try when I get it, I'll send it to Mr. Sean. There are like those type of things. You can also do write-ups. Okay, you can even create like a Medium page for yourself. You can do write-ups, like just write, like try and put what you know, put it into writing, create, just make sense of data. I think for your field, I might not be in the best position to just tell you, oh, do this, and you take it and just stay there. Yeah, there are like bunch of tutorials online. There are like I said, there are a bunch of resources online. They are just Google it, like projects that I can do as an SQL engineer. Like, you'll be so surprised. There are open source Google Docs and Google Data. Even Nigerians, there are like Nigerian banks. I think there was one that Access Bank like did 2018. They like post hackathon that has to do with like SQL. And when you're in an hackathon team, you have people that are like are experienced in machine learning. You have people that are experienced in SQL. You can participate in hackathons. You can. So there are like there are like those, there's like that side. And for platforms and looking for jobs. So the thing is, the world has turned to like a real global village. I mean, there was a time when we say global village and it looked like we were exaggerating. It's a real global village. Now, my company where I work right now, I work with I think over 10 nationalities. There are some people that I've seen, there are people that I've never seen. So the truth is, you can actually work in you can work in any country while still being in Nigeria. Yeah, and there are websites you can explore. I'm not going to deceive you and say, oh yeah, it's immediately or it's easy or it's just the trick is while you're searching, while you're checking, say even andela.com, while you're checking, while you're trying to like, okay, so this is another skill. This is another tip. Remember, I said let your LinkedIn profile be a resume. So you create it like a resume. Now you can Google. There is a way you can Google. Let me send. I don't know if I can send something to the chat, but there is a way you can like you can do something like sites. When you type sites, SITE, site and colon. This is when you want to like do search site colon. Then you do LinkedIn.com. So that means all your search is going to be restricted to LinkedIn.com. And you can target engineers, SQL engineers. You can target people that are like working in like top fields in like SQL engineers, data analysts, and you can just like salespeople send cold email for sales. You can pitch yourself. Okay, when you and honestly, that was how I got into Paystack. Like, fun fact, I actually searched for people that work the Paystack. And I started like sending them messages on LinkedIn, pitching myself. This is what I can do. This is what I want to be able to do, and all. And you'll be surprised because the people on that other end, they are humans. Text them like they are humans. Like, this is what I can do now. This is what I want to be able to do. I see you are in my field. I would love to like work with you. I would love to intern with your company. And please don't shun internship at this stage. But don't there's a thin line between like interning and slaving. Don't slave. Okay, don't take internships that will not pay you. That's like the honest truth. But there are internships there that will pay you. And don't just, you need to also look for fields that use SQL. Okay, so don't just look at it as you are looking for SQL jobs. No, like we've said, now you are training to be data analysts. So what you'll be targeting are data analysts. Okay. In fact, there is nothing that says you can't even target machine learning like professionals. Yeah, because the whole machine learning, I'm not even talking AI now. The whole machine learning is based off like understanding data and manipulating data, making sense of data, using data to like make predictive analysis and all. So there are like extra things you will learn if you want to like do machine learning. But like machine learning is a field you can go into, and there are like a lot of things. I won't be able to like exhaust the list of things you can do. That LinkedIn is one. You can target LinkedIn. There are talent networks like Andela, but I'll be very honest with you. Talent networks like Andela, TopTal, because they are talent networks and they try to like match devs with like companies. They usually look for people that like can prove that they are
people
good.
that are experts already.
Yeah, they can prove that they're good. So you can make them like targets. You'll be making, don't stop applying to those. And another thing, sorry, it looks like there are like a lot of things coming to my head. It
Please
looks
go
like I'm
ahead.
not finishing
Go ahead.
before I go on. So another thing is that take as much interview as you can. Even if you fail them, the more interview you fail, the more it shows that you've actually made efforts, the more you learn. That's the truth. And if there is something that has actually helped me so far too, is because of like the number of interviews I've failed to has really helped me. The number of interviews I've failed has sent me back to reading a lot of stuff. When I left school that time and I started like programming, I was arrogant, and I think I'm still arrogant to a point. I believed that, oh, I was good and I knew it all. But like there were interviews that I started failing that sent me back to learning things like big O notation, learning things like coding principles, things that I never would have dealt with if I did not fail interviews, and that is honest.
Like
That's me
reading
being honest.
things that would ask you about the consortium, the way Python consortiums want you to write the code, PEP.
You get things like that you never on your own have actually thought of. Yeah, where you're working, where you're even currently working, you might never have had like reasons to actually go into that, and it's because you feel like some interviews that will send you back and they make you better for it. Because where I am currently, the funny thing is I tried to get into Paystart 2018. If I had gotten into Paystart 2018, I either would have been a very junior dev because I thought I knew it. But like all the interviews that I had now filled from that 2018 till 2021 was what made me like capable. And once I joined the Paystart team, I was able to like start delivering like immediately. And that's because honestly, it's funny because I'm just realizing it now. That is actually because of the number of interviews I have filled. So please, like every time you fill an interview, you will feel down. It's normal, but try to pick like what was missing and build yourself. Okay, try to add like other skills to your skill sets. I mean I think that's just like it. I would be deceiving you if I say I have like a silver bullet to like it all. Yeah, you will also face your own challenges. You will also like make sense of your own journey. But I mean, these are like the tips I think I can give you, like from what I've gone through. I registered on Indeed. I used Fiverr for a while. I registered on Andela. I registered on TopTal. Top 1000 was even funny. Top 1000, my first attempt at Top Tower, they have like a coding challenge. I scored, I think 7 or 11%. That was 7 over 100 or 11 over 100. And that was like, and that was, I feel I scored that as at the point where I was already working with Law Pavilion and I was delivering, I was working. And you got to think about it like, how will I not score that type of thing? That was when I knew that, okay, algorithms are like a different world. And it pushed me to studying algorithms. And the next time I took their test, which was like early this year, no, like I think like 2 months ago or so, I scored, I think 82%. And I was actually just, the funny thing is, the level after that one, I still failed it too. I still failed the level after that one. But you know the difference? The difference, why I actually felt happy was that me of that time compared to me of now, the way I see algorithm is different because I took it as a challenge. And even the one I failed, immediately my interview, because I was given another coding challenge, I was given another algorithm to write within 15 minutes. Immediately we finished that interview and I could not get like the solution. 5 minutes after the interview ended, I actually got the solution. So that's just to say that like I've taken like all my failures and I've made sense of it and I've harnessed it. So please, you will get rejected a lot of times. That's just the bitter truth. But always use it to build yourself back. You get a lot of criticism. Always need to build yourself back. So I don't know if I've been able to like give like sensible tips. Like
yes,
to answer the question.
Been beautiful. Your responses have been life transforming for us. Anybody who has questions, I think Vivian raised her hand some minutes ago. Vivian, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, please go ahead. Ask your question, please.
Okay, good evening. Thank you so much for your words, sir. It's really touching and really it's life changing. I appreciate all of that. My question is, okay, I'll put it as
hold
part
on,
of
Vivian.
my
Vivian, hold on, please. If you want to ask questions, please just raise up your hands so that I can know and then allow you to call you to ask your questions. Please just raise up your hands using the hand raising function just on the application. So please, if you have questions, just do that. Vivian, go ahead, please.
Okay, so my question is sort of a question from, let's say, my personal experience.
Okay.
At the beginning stage of your tech pursuit, what was the motivation? Like, what kept you motivated along the line? Because for me, yes, I really want to get to the apex of data analytics and all of that. Sometimes your laptop might be down, you want to do some things, power failure, maybe laptop is bad, and then okay, you didn't touch it for today, you didn't touch it tomorrow, and then next, whenever you want to go back to it, you find yourself doing something else and you just let it be. And then after on, you still want to, like, oh, I need to go back to this, and then you go back. Okay, what's the zeal apart from the power failure? Sometimes generally you're just not even motivated, because not that you don't want to do this, not that you don't want to learn, not that you don't want to keep pushing, but you don't just see yourself carrying up your, PC and doing something that will actually push you forward. So what always, or what did actually keep you
Kept you going.
motivated and going along
Yeah,
the line?
yeah, yeah. Thank you, thank you. That's like a really nice question. So there is a book I read. Like I'm not a fan of reading books, please. Like it's when I joined Facebook, my manager started assigning some books for me to read. So there was a book I read that made sense of what you just said, and it's called Atomic Habits. So Atomic Habits is, you know what you want to achieve, yeah, but you'll be going the wrong way if that is just what you're targeting. There are like habits you need to form, that they are like little habits that when they come together, they will eventually take you there. So you said you want to reach the apex of like data analytics. That's like the goal. And the truth is, there is really no apex, because when for every step you make, it's the growth is like infinite. Yeah. So even when you get to the apex, you still want to get to like an apex. Yeah. So what you need to actually, which is the question you asked, what you need to actually develop is now that zeal. So how do you go about it? Yeah. So what kept me going, honestly, is the love of building things. So it might not apply to like everybody, but you are going to need to find that. You're going to need to find that why you even started it at all. That like you're going to need to find something that is going to make you love it. Yeah, it sounds very abstract, but I'll just give you like an insight to like what my own little story. Yeah. So when I started, like I said, I was in school. I was I was always looking forward to like carrying my laptop and trying new things out. I was always so as I'm sitting like this, I can be thinking, oh, if I click on this button, there's actually a way I can move this div from here to this side, and it should like wiggle before it gets to this side. So that thought is already in my head. So as I'm finishing class like this, the next thing I want to go and do is I want to go and test it. I want to go and test that logic. And before I know it, I'm spending like 2-3 hours like trying it out. Yeah. And the truth is, I wanted to make money, but there was maybe because it just came natural to me. I could not just use wanting to make money as my zeal or my passion. It was not just my drive, yeah. But at the end, I'm making the money. You should get, so that's like the atomic habit. So the end goal, you will always reach the end goal if, and that's what I believe, you always reach the end goal if you form the habit of what will eventually drive you to the end goal. So that time I needed money. I was not even getting gigs. I was not getting gigs. But what kept me going was I just love to build things. So I kept wanting to experiment. You know, I kept seeing what people build, and I felt that they were not better than me. So I will always go back to my own drawing board to build things. So I think I don't know, it's peculiar per person. Yeah. So I would say you need to find that thing. But if I will generalize, I would say maybe you should try and develop the love for building. Yeah, try and develop the love for experimenting. Okay, maybe in your leisure, when your laptop is dead, you can take your phone, maybe just check like very complex tasks. Check like what someone in your field, what they've done, and try to have to achieve it. It keeps you busy. It explores. It makes you even explore. So take for instance, I'm talking about why foreign constraints can be a bad thing and why it can be a good thing. And you know, maybe all through your training, you've been taught that foreign constraint is a good thing because that's academically like, yeah, that is it. And you just be like, why would foreign key be a bad thing? You can just on your phone, you can check it why, and you see what people write about it. You can the next thing that if I were in your shoes, the next thing that will be in my mind is I want to experiment this. And before my laptop even comes on, I'm trying to like, oh, if I write it this way, if I write it this way. So once my laptop comes on, that's like what I'm trying to like do. So I believe you need to develop love for what you even want to do. Okay, so you want to reach the apex, you will definitely see if you love what you are doing. If you love what you are doing and you are getting good at it, there is no way you will not reach the apex. Fact. That one is a fact. And I think we've all seen it like with people's story in the tech industry. You will get there. So once you know that one is sure, yeah, you now need to like know what drives people to get there. So you can Google people's story. I've just told you my own story. You can make sense of my own story. You can filter, because it's not everything I say to that is like a fact. You can filter things out of what I said. Oh, sorry. See? Exactly what you're talking about. You're taking the right. Nigeria will never disappoint you, don't worry. So,
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So
all right, let's take another question. Okay. Oh, you still want to answer some more on that question?
I want to confirm from Vivian if I've been able to like at least like answer.
Vivian.
Yes,
sure.
Does
that answer the question?
Awesome. Yes.
Awesome.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Ben, can we have your question? Unmute yourself and ask your question.
Well, please, can we just clap for him first?
Hello. Yes, we can give him a round of applause, please. Thank you. Can we just clap for Mr. Atoku?
Yeah, all right.
Thank you, Mr. Weka, for that. Thank you so much. All right, Mr.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Yeah,
evening,
please, my question is like this. We have a lot of DBMS. We have types of DBMS, like Oracle, MySQL, and other stuff.
Yeah.
Yes. What I'm asking is like this. If I am a guru in SQL, can I work perfectly in other DBMS? Or I need to undergo a few other.
Okay, sorry for interrupting. I thought you were done with your question. Please complete your question. Or are you done?
No, I'm fine. It's okay. That's all.
Yeah. So sorry, I'll do like this because it's a very interesting question. So that was what I was saying the other time about tools. Yeah. So the truth is SQL, and I dare to say that SQL is actually the base like for like any analysis you want to do with data. Even using Microsoft Excel. See, there's a way SQL builds your mind. Yeah, like it's even like mind development now. There's a way SQL builds your mind that if you need to use any DBMS, I bet you will not spend max 2 days. Or okay, maybe I'm exaggerating, a week max. Like, because especially if you're even using like all these DBMS like Oracle, MySQL, Postgre that you mentioned that are even like they have their base on SQL. You might just find like maybe little peculiarities to them, and that's the truth. If you are dealing with like, if you are good at SQL, if you want to write SQLite, you might just find out that, oh, maybe this function that you would have used in MySQL is missing in SQLite. Those are like the little things you like be missing. Oh, maybe this the way I would have concatenated in maybe Oracle is different from how I would do it if I'm using MS SQL. Yeah. So once you can build that base, that core, yeah, forget it. Like even if you go and pick up Python tomorrow and you say it's Python you want to use it to like analyze your data, because you've built that core, which is data analysis using SQL, yeah, you are not going to find it hard. Like I promise you. Once you can get yourself to that stage. And sorry again, I'll use a story to back it up. So as a software developer now, yeah, our own core is like being able to think of solutions, like be able to prefer solutions. So, and understanding like things like, oh, this is a string, this is an integer, this is a float, this is blah, blah, blah. So it helps me in a way that if I need to write Python, so I have a tool that I created with Python. But the truth is, I don't use Python every time. If you give me a task to go and build in Python, God knows I will still Google how to use Python. And that's the truth. But anytime I need to like build an application and it is even written in Ruby, what I would just need to check are the peculiarities of Ruby. doesn't mean I will not still be, it won't mean I will be totally lost. I won't be able to pick it up. So to answer, simply put, to answer your question directly, once you master the craft of SQL and you master the craft of data analysis itself, all other DBMS, you are going to need, maybe you're just going to need to study their peculiarities when it's time. And trust me, they don't even have like that much peculiarity. You're just going to need to study their peculiarity, and that is it, honestly.
Awesome. Like I usually tell them, what you want to learn in technology is the concept.
Yeah.
The concept around the functions or the packages, the technology that supports, the logic that supports the technology you're learning or you want to use, right? Once you understand the concept, that concept is, see, as much as for me, I think as much as technology is beautiful and all of that, it is one idea cascaded across different platforms, right? So the SQL in my SQL is the same SQL in my Microsoft SQL, is same in Postgres, same in Oracle, same even in MongoDB and the big data, no SQL.
I was going to
guys.
I was going to get
right.
That.
So it's the same concept, right? So if you understand the concept, right, you will be able to leverage that concept on every other platform. So you learn a concept like concatenate, like you mentioned earlier. You know that concatenation is a concept. How to do it is now what you want to learn on each of those platforms. Oracle uses double bars to do it. Microsoft SQL uses plus sign. MySQL uses concat function. It is still the same guy. It is still the same function, right? But because you understand the concept of concatenation, you're able to now leverage on, okay, how do they do it here, right? It's like you want to cook a soup, right? In Nigeria, you probably look for pepper, look for seasoning and all of that. If you want to cook the same soup in America, in Canada, it's the same thing you're going to look, except that you would not go and look for Maggi cube in Canada. You probably go and look for a seasoning that bears another name there, but it's still the same concept of seasoning, right? So that's what I used to tell best people, right? Just learn the concept. Once you learn the concept, it's the same thing with OOP, object-oriented programming. If you understand object-oriented programming in Java, you will be able to write Python. You'll be able to write JavaScript. You'll be able to, all you just now need to understand is how does these different fields play around.
How do they yeah.
All right.
And yes, another thing is to just like say on that is like MongoDB that I mentioned now. So MongoDB is like a NoSQL, but the truth is, because of the concept you've learned, even though when you get to like MongoDB, you might spend more time than maybe in your Oracle and all. But there are still some like base concepts that we like you understand. You are retrieving data.
Yes.
You want to, even though you cannot do like direct relationship, like when it comes to like because they're not relational database.
Yes.
That concept will still guide you, and you just need to like learn their peculiarities. And honestly,
exactly.
That's it. So I don't know if I've been able to like answer your question.
Yes, Mr.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I am satisfied.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Madam Odola, can we have your question now? Unmute yourself and
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Good
afternoon,
Mr. Tofumi. We appreciate you. Thank you for the word of encouragement. My question is this: we are data analysis. Is it possible for us to be a software business analysis? I want to know, is it the difference between them? I want to know the difference. As we are up to data analysis now, is it possible for us to be a software business analysis? And I want to know the difference between them. Thank you.
So the truth is, I'm not sure if maybe it's the same thing, but I don't want to assume. So you said software business
analyst.
Okay, software business analyst. So I don't want to assume, so I'm just going to quickly Google who a business software, because I think is the okay. Yeah, so so this is another thing I want you to know. Like, as someone in tech, honestly, your best friend is Google. like Google is your best friend. Just know that, because you cannot know it all, so you always refer to Google. So to answer your question, I think so. Yes, I think so, because at the end it all deals with analysis. It all deals with analysis. And as a software business analyst, I would totally assume that your work would be, I mean, semantically, I would totally assume that your work would be, you are studying the domain, like the industry. Yeah, you are taking data and you're using it to guide like the next business decision. And that is, in fact, that is what I've like been explaining like so far. That is what like the business, that's what like the data analyst within like my company does. That's what like in my previous company, that's what they do. Like, so there are like different, there are people that build that analyze data for, say, software decisions. There are people that analyze data for sales decision. Okay, I think there is even like AI for business, something like that, where you analyze data. Yeah, you analyze data and use it to make like business decisions. Like, oh, this should be the next feature we'll do. This should be the next feature. It all boils down to making sense out of data. Yes, you might now Google it. Yeah, I would advise you to actually Google that particular, if that is the field you want to go into, Google it. Look at like the things that are surrounding. Just read the summary. What the business is about, and just the question you ask yourself is, does it have to do with making sense of data? If the answer is yes, then you can't be it. If the answer is no, you can actually still be it. All you are just going to need to do is identify the skills that are needed and go for it. So that's I think like simply that's
sorry, Mr. Sorry. Hello, can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. The reason I asked the question is when I said the software,
okay.
I know the software is about to writing the code, and then data analysis is about to data analyze how to do the business. So and I think you say when you're gonna say software data analysis, are they writing the code, or are they?
No.
That's the reason why I asked the question.
Oh, okay. So I'm still going to refer you to. I would give you like an overview, yeah, and just say no. You most likely no need to write like, it will be a plus, but you most likely no need to write like, I mean, JavaScript, you'll be writing like code. However, I will still implore you to still read more about like that. You already have like a title, like a job role that you've mentioned, software business analyst. I will still implore you to like put it on Google and read more about that role. There might be like other soft skills, but from everything I'm saying here, I don't think you're going to need to like be writing. You're not a jack of all trades. You're not going to like really need to like be writing.
If I'm going to come in, right? A software business analyst actually is a business analyst in a software company, right? Yeah. So, and from the role or job description of a business analyst, right, is the person who actually understands the business domain, right? Helps liaise with the customers or the client who wants their data analyzed, and yes, understands and collects the data, the necessary data, asks the necessary questions from the business, then is able to relate that business idea or the questions to the data analyst at the back end who is going to analyze the data, right? So take for example, who would be somebody who probably works for a company like Paystack, right? Who is taking data about the performance of a particular application or application or system that Paystack runs, right? Is trying to understand what the customer wants, such that it can relate the question that is in the mind of everybody to the data analyst, such that they can give a business insight on what should be done based on that question, right? So usually, and which is what is happening in the 21st century presently, is the job descriptions or the job roles that are being developed presently are a merge of several. There are new job frontiers that are exactly merging of several roles, right? But in I've mentioned this in class before. Business analysts usually do not write too much of query, right? Of course, some companies require that they understand what's it called? They understand SQL. Some companies require that they understand Excel. But it's just to do a preliminary analysis of what the question that they are trying to solve or the business case they are trying to solve requires, right? The ball still goes back to the data guys at the back end who would now break the data and the question that they are bringing into pieces, answer them, would put them in presentation form or in reporting form, then transfer it back to the business analyst such that it can relate that back to the business decision makers. So that's what I think it is. But like I've mentioned, please, you can read about it, Google about it, read as much as possible if that is the part of data analytics that you are interested in. You would be sure that there are several opportunities in that field, right?
Yeah. I mean, you even get to see like pictorial representations that I can't even show you. You get to like see like in details like the skills that. So I'll just like employ it to that.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Tofum.
Thank you, sir.
Representation. Can we get that of the skills?
Okay, you can send it to me. Send what you have to me so that I can push it to them.
Okay. I'm just saying like I'm saying you can even like but I'll send the link. I have a link here. I'll send the link to you. But I'm just so I correct that. What I was saying is that when you like this business role, when you go on Google and you like put that business role, you will see like enough details to the point that you might even see a pictorial representation.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what I was trying to say.
Which
I'll send the link
well.
Which will guide you
awesome.
like well in where you stay.
Awesome. John, can we have your question, please? Unmute yourself and ask a question. I think John will be the last question so that we can allow Mr. Tofumi enjoy the rest of his day as we have taken more than the bargained time.
So I wanted to ask how you go about navigating like when to take one, like about like the financial aspects. Like we were talking about like you shouldn't shy away from internship, but also not slaving yourself. So I wanted to go into details in that area.
Okay, so the truth is we live in a capitalist world. So there are people out to exploit like new talents, and there are people out to appreciate and develop new talents. Okay, so the difference between slaving and interning like is that there are companies that you go intern with them, and the truth is as an intern you'll be doing some tasks. You'll be carrying, in as much as you're learning, you'll be carrying out some tasks. But there are some companies that they try to sit on that and say, oh, you are learning from us, so we're not going to pay you. Yeah, and honestly, I consider it slaving. Some people think it's like, some people think it's like, sacrifice. But to me, it's modern day slaving. Yeah, you can't earn as much as the even junior developers like in the company, but you should still earn something because you are still working. Yeah, so try to like look for internship, but don't sacrifice your mental health for like because you just want like you now sacrifice. That's just like my own. That's like has always been my own principle. Don't sacrifice your mental health. Don't go to where you now like they keep like giving you tasks. You are not. You will be surprised that you might not even learn anything because you even need to be like you need to be seen to be able to. You might not earn as much as you want to, but at least for me to say at all, not bad pass. Yeah, you need to earn something because that way you even it develops that mindset of you are working for money. Yeah, it's even like very important. So I don't know if I don't know if I answer that question like very well.
Yes. Thank you.
All right.
All right. Oh, we have to make
Just
Mr.
one
I'll be happy to.
That's a short one.
I'll be happy to. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, people, this one that everybody's now asking.
No problems.
All right, Mr. Maker, please go.
It's fine.
I just want to know
I'm
like
happy to answer.
okay, I just want to know like what your academic background is like. Is it like you studied computer science or what?
No, he studied English actually.
What? Yeah.
Did you get that?
I think
Hello, Mr. Mika, did you get that?
Hello? Is that you studied what?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yes, I studied English. No, I don't have any background in computer science. I studied English in school.
Oh, thanks. At least that will motivate me.
Yeah, I think I had like explored that particular one like earlier when I started talking. Like, please don't ever use that to. It's not a stumbling block for you. You don't know. You do more to like understand certain things, but it's not a stumbling block. Tech is about like what you have here. It's not about you do more, but you yeah. So that's just it. All right, so I think there's like one more hand up.
Hey. All right, after Madam Olufemi, that's all. Madam Anita, please go. Sharp. Come on now.
No, I don't
Okay,
mind, honestly. I think this is like
good afternoon,
good afternoon.
Mr. Tofumi.
Oh, Lord.
It's nice to have you here. I'm really enjoying this career talk. Please, my question is very short. I want to find out if you are in an environment where you are working and it's not really a tech company. So how do you put all this into use? And secondly, if you are pushing yourself for a job, like early this year or middle of this year, there's this company I was actually applying to, and I almost got the job, but I didn't make it to the final stage. It's an international company. So I want to know what are the things, because the position I was applying for was associate customer service manager. It's a data-driven company and it's a tech company. So I want to ask, what are the things you are supposed to say? Because they were really asking some questions about data, which by then I've not really gone deep into it. So what are the things you are supposed to say when you get such offers?
So let me ask you a question back on that particular question. So if you were asked that question now, will you be able to answer? That question you could not answer that time.
Yes.
So
after attending
basically,
SQL class.
Exactly. So basically, you are just thank you for this question, because you've just proven what I said like a few minutes ago, which is for every interview you feel, you need to don't dwell in it too much. Don't it will pay you well, it will pay you. There was a particular job that it was like I was going to relocate to Germany. Like I was this close. I was at the final stage and I failed it. I was angry. But like you picked your weakness. And that's the truth. The truth is I'm not going to say, oh, this is what you should say. Yeah, there's no silver bullet that will kill everything. But always pick your weakness from an interview that you feel and use it, work on it, and make sure you are strong in that place. So that anytime you find yourself there again, anytime you find not necessarily at that company, anytime you find yourself in that position, you are able to answer. And also, I think one thing I would just like I don't know if this will be helpful, is that anytime you are going into an interview, be it local or foreign, you need to go in with a level of confidence. There's a thin line between confidence and arrogance, but the truth is you need to take your confidence to that level where when you are talking with the interviewer, you need to ease yourself into the mood. Let it be like a conversation. When they try to drive it towards book, you drive it back towards like conversation. Oh, if we do this in SQL, you need to feel, if you don't feel comfortable with, you will just find yourself like you start shivering, and the truth is, in all of the interviews that I've sat and I've driven them into conversations, there was even one that I drew it into conversation and we discussed. I was able to like express, you asked me this, I told you this, I told you this. I was even able to like talk about tech. The truth is, at the end of that interview, I thought that I failed the interview till they were pursuing me to like, oh, they want to actually employ me. And at that time, I had actually lost interest in the company. I didn't even want to work with them again. So you know, when you start praying that they should never call you back, and they start calling you and offering different. So it works. It works for me. It might work for you. Just always try to like feel confident. Like just build yourself. You are confident. You are good. Yeah. And when they ask you questions and you feel maybe you don't know the answer, yeah. It's better you actually say you don't know the answer, and you can ask the interviewer back. Like try to want to learn from the interviewer. Sometimes you might be surprised. They might love that feature that, oh, even though you didn't know it, you did not pretend to know it. You actually ask them back because you want to know it. Some sane companies, some sane interviewers will actually answer you back, and they pick it as you are someone that actually wants to learn. It's better than someone that doesn't know it and tries to find their way out, and you end up like saying, like,
rubbish.
So permit me to say rubbish. Yeah. Take for instance, when the person that asked me a question before you now asked me about software business analyst. If I jumped into the assumption of what I knew, I would have shot myself in the leg. So I told you I was going to go and Google it, and I went to like go and check it. I don't think I've ever heard of like that particular role. Let me go and check it. And so please, I think those are like just the tips I'll give you. Build your confidence. Or don't dwell too much in your failure when you fail interviews. If I show you my inbox, I have nothing less than 100 rejection letters like in my inbox, and I'm not even joking. Like I am not even joking. And every time I talk to people like physically, it's always, it was sad for me, but it's always evidence. Like, see, I will just type guess what I used to type in my email if I want to search for it, because it's not like I saved them. So I just type unfortunately. You just see them. Thank you for telling me. Unfortunately,
I have a loads of them as well.
Yeah, so just build confidence. Don't dwell in them. Take and accept your weakness, and try to drive your interviews to become conversational, where you'll be very free. So I think that's like the tip I have. I hope I've been able to answer your question.
Yes, sir, you did. Thank you. But you didn't answer the first one.
Thank you.
I say in an environment where.
Oh, okay, yes. So that's one. Yeah, it depends on where you're working. And the truth is you're in that position, you are actually, you can use it to your advantage for your next job. So you can study the business and see that if they add a business, a data analyst, yeah, they will do better in this place. Now, watch. You know, someone asked me before that, how can you add to your portfolio? Now, imagine a company that's been running for years and they didn't even know that they needed data analysts. And because of your own experience now, you see that if you can actually analyze that data and make this suggestion, it will drive this. And you do it in your own free time because you are an employee, they are paying you. Now, this one, I don't consider it living. You're an employee, they are paying you, and you feel if you do this, you can do like your own mini whatever and like analyze their data and give them. Yeah, if they use it and it's successful, it's a story that will always be yours to tell, and it is something you can always mention in your interviews to come. In fact, it is one of the biggest ways, because when you submit your resume, what people are looking, they're not really looking, they're looking out for your achievements. Say you get like, and things you've done. That's why I said it's not really about, oh, I've spent 5 years. It's what you've done with that 5 years. So if you are telling me, if I'm trying to employ you now as a data analyst, I tell him that you work in a fish farm, yeah, and you recently learned data analytics, and you're able to use that skill to analyze how farmers come. Let's say tomato, yeah. Let's say tomato. Let me make it even that ridiculous. Tomato, yeah. And you're able to use your data analytics skills to like, analyze when people really rush tomato and blah blah blah, and when you should freeze some tomato and when you should plant, and you've been able to like use it to drive like the business. And the business, because you're a data analyst, you can also speak in percentage. The business has seen a reduction of up to 50% like wastage. You are telling me that. So I don't care about you do not have like 10 years experience. It has already shown that you are that person that can put what you've learned into like use, even in the world that it seems like it has no use. So I don't know if that answers the question, because that's really it for me.
Yes, sir. It is. Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Yes, sir, it is. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. Yeah, my pleasure. So
all right,
I think
Madam Olufemi, can you please ask your question now? Please, people.
Good evening,
all
everyone.
Right.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My question is, in this field now, and looking at the way Nigerian and all those things are, how does age has to do with gaining employment or anything like that? Does age affect individual? And so does it have to do anything with age limits or all those things? Or someone that started late, let me say someone from the age of 40 that wants to go into data analyst, what kind of motivation does such person need, or how do you want to advise such individual? Thank you.
So thank you, Ma. So so when I smile to question is because maybe I have like a relatable story. Yeah. So I have a colleague of mine, and his name is Aziz. When Aziz started software engineering, when he like went into software development and all, he was married. He already had like a kid. So he started with even just writing WordPress and all. And I mean, that time when we were all at Law Pavilion, it was like obviously the oldest amongst us. Yeah, it was obviously the oldest. But there's one thing we call him he never used that. It is about the confidence I even said. He will not, the way we relate with yourself, he will not even let you even use it to. You would have even forgotten about that part before you even bring it into like the talk, because he related with us like we're all cool, and he did not use that to he did not stop learning. There are times he will ask me questions, he will make sure I sit down beside him and show him things, and it continued like that. It continued like that. See, like he was married with kids. So at this time, I'm saying he already had like 2 kids. Like he's a family man. How do you call it? Is it Bear? How do you call it like this now? I'm looking for the English. He's the one that shall take care of his family. And from there, Eze got a job with Andela. From there, Andela laid him off. Andela laid him off because when they were doing like their mass layoff. From there, he got like a freelance job with Andela again. And now AZ is working with Sage. Sage is an accounting company. They're like one of the biggest accounting companies. He's working with Sage as a senior software engineer, and AZ has relocated to London. Like, and we the young boys are still here. So that's to show you that in this tech world, there is no discrimination. My tech lead is close to 50. The person that is my tech lead in like Paystack is close to 50 years old. Age, gender, religion, those things, they don't have anything on you in the tech industry. And you know why? Why is because anything in tech has to do with what you can do. It has to can deliver. So the truth is nobody really cares. Nobody cares if you're like 5 years old. So far you can deliver. Yeah, but yeah, like you said, in Nigeria being like a very discriminatory state, you might have like you just shun them and you are targeting like something way above. And they are like, once you can deliver, trust me, you will overcome it. It might come up, but you definitely overcome it. That's like the honest truth. Tech is like one of those jobs where it's either you know it or you don't know it. Yes. So if you know it, nobody's going to tell you you don't know it because you are too young, or you don't know it because you are too old. No, I don't. Honestly, that's how I see it. If you see it, shun it and like conquer it. Build your own skills.
Let me buttress that point, right? Yeah. The oldest person I have taught in my tech career, the man came in from the US. That was in 2018. That man came in from the US. That man is about, give or take, it will be about 82.
Oh, wow.
82 years old, right? And he said that he has, I think he was an accountant, he's a retired, fulfilled accountant, but he said anytime he goes to America to go and do his holiday and he sees children and all that he doesn't like staying at home. And that they told him that he can actually get a job if he's a tech guy, right? And he came to Nigeria just so that he can learn tech, learned the tech and went back at 82. This man, they would bring him. Of course, at our office then was is on it's not on the staircase and all that. They would have to go and bring him from downstairs. Right? This man he doesn't mind slowing down the whole class and all that, but until he understands. Right? I've always said it to you guys. Age is not a barrier. Right? In fact, if you are going to use age, if you are going to say that you are okay, maybe that means it forces you to study more and be able to prove yourself. That is what it should do to you. Study more and be able to prove yourself. Nobody, even in this country, as it were, as much as we say that age is a barrier, if you can show what you can do, you will get the opportunity. Forget it. I've always said that to you.
And to buttress that again,
to buttress the buttress. Abroad.
What is it?
I also applied to a company abroad that advised me to take off my date of birth from my CV because they don't care about my age or my gender.
They don't. They don't.
They don't care. They don't care.
They don't care.
I see some CVs that put picture. I mean, I don't know for other places, but within tech, nobody cares about your picture. Nobody cares about your gender. Nobody cares about your age.
Nobody.
And the truth is, even if you now see that people care about, if you've experienced it, because we will not say that there's no eight in this world. It would be naive to say there are no like stupid people. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I've seen something that looks like, oh, it's because I did not study computer science, I've always used it as a push. Like, I've always used it as a push. Like, I will be as good as anybody that studies computer science. And so I don't dwell in it. So even if someone like use it against you, don't dwell in it. Use it as a push that, thank you. I'll use that thing that you said now. I'll use it to develop myself and I'll be better. So
tech is a field where everybody, as long as you can get as long as you can get the job done, right? That's all. You did English. So for me, you studied English. I did medical biochemistry from University of Ibadan. It not get anything to do with tech, right? But I've never worked with my biochemistry ever. I've been a tech guy all my life, right? And all the interviews I go to, especially in this country, the only question they ask me is, what can you do for us? And I usually ask them, what is the challenge you want me to face? You want me to help you tackle? Okay, this is what I think we can do. This is what I think we can do. This is where my skill comes in play. And in some of those interviews, they ask you practical questions or put you on the spot and say, okay, if this is happening, what would you do to this? If this is happening, and if you can answer those questions, you probably move to the next stage of the interview where you probably that stage will probably be more technical. Then before you know it, you actually get the job. What I would advise anybody who has any how do I put it now, negativity or any when you have stuff like age, what you studied being a limitation in your mind, what you need to do, I've always told you guys, is study more. Make sure that you create a lifestyle around the technology such that when anybody asks you what is your nickname, they will call that technology and say that's your nickname. That way,
do
you get nobody can go against your result. I told you guys when I was in Ibadan, when I was still really, people call me Oracle, and that's because I can say that at that time in this country, before you can Before you can touch me in Oracle, you will try you. Do you get? Because that was the only thing I was doing with my life. That was the only thing I knew. That was the only thing I knew at that time. That was the only. I didn't have any girlfriend. Nothing. If you see me, the only conversation I want to have with you is Oracle. The only conversation I was interested in. I spent all my resources on it, and it became what I did to the point that I had to consult at the early age of my life for government organizations and government parastatals, just because my result was there, right? And I've told you guys, that is all you just need to do. Put yourself into this technology, create a lifestyle around it. 1 hour, 2 hours every day. You will discover that in 6 months, there is no way anybody's going to take that result away from you, because you'll be so good, right? All right, let's take the last question. Apologies, boss. Right, this is taking
at all. I'm really, like I said, I'm always happy to like talk about tech. So
awesome. Patrick, can we have your question, please?
Yeah. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Tofumi, for your time.
My pleasure. Yeah.
So my question is that at times you study a particular course, let's say it's a SQL server, or let's say SQL.
Okay.
And you get a point, because for you to exhaust the whole concept and the whole modules will be tedious and time consuming, and you need time to move to another important aspect. For instance, when I started, as a software developer, C# developer, I started with SQL as well as C# running both.
Okay.
Well, I got to a point that I realized that maybe in my career, as I grow, I will continue to learn SQL. But let me learn the main concept of C# and move to other aspects and ask it. So I continue with other aspects. Then now, what I did, was it a good addition? Because for me, I feel like I have to complete the SQL, but because of time frame and the other things are waiting, I move to the other aspects. So how do you look at it?
So I'm guessing your question is it okay to take things one at a time? Like, is it okay to pause on one because you want to like get the concept of one? Is that like, yeah. So like Mr. Shehu mentioned now, like he said at the time they called him Oracle because that was what he focused on. Yeah. In your early tech stage, in your early tech like career stage, you are going to need to like develop that habit, actually, like focusing on one thing and trying to learn that one thing, like to a very like master the craft to a point before you like go into something else. But there's going to come a time in your tech career, and like I dare to say, like there's going to come a time in your tech career where you'll be able to like be learning like 2 technologies simultaneously. But when you're starting, if you're not careful, like the concepts will be colliding. So I think you did the right thing. If you needed to like pause SQL that time, it depend on, you must have weighed your options. You must have like used like, you must have had like pointers to that decision. So I mean, at the end, it's the results that will determine if it was like an okay move, honestly. So if you need to like pause, let's say you want to learn C#, you want to learn SQL. Yeah, if you feel SQL is what you want to start with your SQL. Yeah, and the truth is, because they are even in 2 different worlds, sort of, you can even like learn both of them, and while like using both of them to like, do your thing together. Because there's really no way you learn C# without really touching SQL. So at the end, yeah, it's okay. It's okay to take it, like bite what you can munch on. Shake it. So baby steps. Start with good place Yeah, I don't know.
Hello, I can't hear you.
We didn't get the last part of what you said.
Oh
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I said basically like the summary of everything I said is that it's okay to bite what you can munch on. It's okay to take things like easy. It's okay to learn things at your pace, and it's okay for you to pause one thing because you want to master the craft of another thing. So yes, it's a good decision, especially at the early stage of your tech career. It's okay to like pause maybe C# because you want to learn SQL, or pause SQL because you want to learn C#. Get to a point with it, master the craft, and you can even pick your SQL up along the line, or you can pick your C# up along the line. So yeah, that's. Wait, did you get that?
Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I think someone else has a question.
Ebokon, can we have your question, please?
Hi, Mr. Tofumi. Thank you.
Hi, sir. Yeah, no problems.
My question is, I've been I know you mentioned already that computer science, because a lot this is what we do is computer stuff, and BSc, having a BSc in computer science does not in any way affect us getting roles and all. But I want to ask, because prior to now, I've actually gone on LinkedIn and checked a lot of things. A lot of what these people put out there is having a background in all these disciplines. So how do we skill through all those kind of stuff?
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
having background in it does not affect us, but how do we scale through job opportunities that come and give those kind of job?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there is something about pitching yourself. Why most of these people put it, and what most sane companies actually do is they say maybe you have a BSc in computer science or a matching job experience. Okay, so and eventually we're all humans, so you need to like, it's just about understanding the core. What are they looking for? Basically, the only reason why we put that is because I'm telling you that if you are going to apply for this job, be as good as they come. You have to be able to deliver. And that's the only reason, because it's not like I want to eat the certificate. Say again. It's not like I just want to make sure that the person I'll be taking into the system is someone that can deliver, someone that knows what they are doing. Okay. So there are times that you can pitch yourself. Yeah. If that's why I said don't stop like building stuff. Okay. So if I'm pitching myself to like a company that is saying, oh, what they want is like a computer. One, me or personally, if I see that you're even putting that in your job description, sometimes I just ignore the job description. Like, people, you'll be even toxic self if someone come, because that means you are seeing the
exactly.
You know,
they don't even understand what they exactly they are way
they
behind.
don't even understand what they are looking for. So sometimes it's actually a pointer to like toxic environment you should actually avoid. And sometimes you can pitch yourself. Maybe while you are applying and maybe you need to like send a cover letter. You can state your cover letter. Although I did not study this, I have done this, I have done this, I have done this. Just you need to be able to scale through. You need to be able to prove, like while applying, maybe through your email or through your cover letter, that you've done things and you can do things. Okay, so you can write like Medium posts. You can write about like problems and how to solve them. You can like create tools, create things, put them on your GitHub, attach your GitHub link to whatever you are. You know, like just make sure you, like I said, confidence and you building. Right now, you need to like develop the sense of you are building portfolios. Okay, so everything you do, keep a record of it and know that it's like towards you building a portfolio that, like now, if I give someone my CV, if what you are looking for on my resume is BSc computer, not what I've achieved in like all the places I've worked, then come on, your loss, not my loss. That's how I see it. So I don't know if I was able to answer your question. So just like pitch yourself.
Yes, you
When
did.
you see cover letters, yeah. So that's just it. Yeah.
Working on projects also. So I've also seen sites that have a banks of data where people can go to. At least I know of Cargo.
Cargo, yeah.
Like how do we go about that in building ourselves? Yeah.
So let's say you see a problem because Cargo has like open data and challenges. So let's say you see a challenge on Cargo. The run is working. You can like download the scripts, and I think you can even write it offline. So what you've written offline,
yes.
plus the data set or a reference or the reference to the data set, pack it, put it on your GitHub, like solve as many challenges as you can solve and relate them, make sense of the data and do that. Those are like it's evidence that like it's evident that you know what you are doing and you're taking like challenges. Like you can even build your Cargo profile. Yeah, that's another thing. Attach it. So all these things that like they are what make up your portfolio. These are like things that like they are like evidence that yeah, I'm good and I know what I'm doing. So yeah.
Right. So everybody, what you need to do is of course, most of us here, and truth is the technology world does not even need you to be a computer science person or whatever. The amount of data science masters that the Canadian companies, I mean the Canadian universities, the UK universities have given out, right? They didn't go to those admissions didn't go to people with computer science. They went to people who studied Yoruba, who studied statistics, who studied all sort of courses, right? So, but one thing I want you to take away from this old talk is that you have to build yourself. You have to build your portfolio. I've always said that at NIT, at everywhere that I go to, and all of you know I've always said that you have to build your portfolio, right? And that is why we're creating all these courses, you're doing all these courses, we're giving you projects to do at the end of these courses. Your capstone project is what you do. Once you do that, you upload what you have done as a problem statement and what you did to solve it on Cargo or on GitHub and in your CV and everything. And once you have that and you can pitch yourself very well, nobody's going to say no to you, right? Nobody is going to say no to you. Mr. Tofumi talked about you going to these interviews with confidence. You have to be able to be confident about yourself, right? You have to be able to sell yourself. I usually tell you guys that unless in a technical interview, the first set of interview that is done by HR, those guys don't know what they are talking about, right? They just give them a list of what they are looking for and they begin to ask you questions. It is only at technical interviews that you are okay. Maybe you are going to face with people who really are in the job and understand the skills. But these guys that are in that second interview or the technical guys that you're going to be talking about, they have actually gone through the same phase as you. In fact, I discovered that tech guys are more patient.
Yeah, they are.
Tech guys are more patient.
They've gone through
because they've gone through the same phase. In fact, some of them are going through the same phase at the moment, right?
Yeah.
That company that you want to go to, they want to go to another company that once they are done with your interview, they have another interview for themselves that they want to go and do. So, and tech guys are usually very liberal. It's very hard for you to get a very difficult tech person, right? Having GIT, they are not. We know that this thing you cannot even do the job alone, so you need people to help you do this job. So you want to find all possible ways to bring the person in, but the person has to be able to. You also have to be able to help yourself. Show me what you have done. Show me what you can do. Don't just come. I remember that I had an interview with one lady one time, and I've shared this with you guys before, right? This lady had done. Tofumi, this lady has done over 30 courses on LinkedIn, right? Of course, there's no way for me to verify. But when I saw the CV, I won't lie to you, myself, my liver cut say, now wow. Now you they do LinkedIn
I've been in that shoe before.
As in all the courses, name it. I was like, when I was looking at the CV, I said, I don't know this one. I don't know this one. I don't know this one. Okay, all right, okay. Introduce yourself. She said this and that and that and that. Okay, tell me, what did you do with Java? Because you said you've done Java. She could not even say anything. Okay, explain what hibernate means to me. She can't. Explain what swing means. You can't. Explain what AWT means. You can't. Okay, let's leave Java. You said you've done Python. Explain what you did with Python. You cannot. I began to name packages. She has not even heard about them before. You say you did data analytics. What analysis did you do? You say you can write PHP. What does this function do? I was like, come on now. I had to turn it to advice and say, madam, first of all, this CV cannot get you anywhere. Even heaven, you cannot ever enter heaven with this CV. You need to calm down. You need to learn these things that you say you put on your CV. You need to really know them, right? And let me tell you guys another thing. The tech world is gone are the days when you need to know plenty things to get an opportunity in the tech world. No, one single thing, one single technology, learn it to the full, get you in there. I've told you before. So for me, I had friends that did Excel, right? Just Excel, and went to US and are earning $3,000, $5,000 per month on just Excel. Do you get? On just Excel. Do you get? So you just need to be able to pick one, and the more it becomes a lifestyle to you. TOEFL is here because tech is a lifestyle to me.
Better you get.
Do you get? TOEFL is here. The last time I brought Okpe was the one who I brought the last time to talk to my first batch, right? And she said the same thing. You have to make this a lifestyle. Once it becomes your lifestyle and you finish one, there is no way you learn a technology and you really learn it that you will not hunger for more. That's the way it is. So for me, please let me know if I'm right, if I'm wrong. There is no way you will learn a technology that you will not hunger for more, right? Me, I usually study just for the fun of it. Let me just even know this thing that this person is talking about. So I go to a room and I'm talking to tech guys, and somebody mentioned something I've not seen before, I've not heard before. And my brother, overnight, come and ask me a question because I must know it before the next morning. And I just want to learn it for just the fun of it, right? And that's the way you need to be voracious about your learning and voracious about building projects. And I've even said it to the extent that you guys can document your training. Open a Medium. At least he said it already. Tofumi also mentioned it. Open a LinkedIn. Put your post on LinkedIn. Open a Medium account. Open a Hashcode account, and just continue to drop your articles. The things that you learn, that small VLOOKUP that you know in Excel. Write something about it and put it there. That way you are generating content that people can reckon with. That is how it is, right? But it has to be done. You have to do the work. That's what it is, right? This is the last question. Nobody else can answer question. Even though Vivian, I'm not supposed to answer you, but I would. So for me, can you?
It's not a question.
It's not a question.
No, sir. Someone mentioned cargo. I want to know how, as in the spelling, so that I could do research more on it.
Mentioned what?
Cargo or something.
K-A-G-double-G-L-E. K-A-double-G-L-E.
Okay, sir.
Don't worry. When you register for the Python Python with data analytics class, you will learn more about cargo, right? That is coming up next year, right? So you will learn more about cargo and how, at least my NIT students here they know they already get data from cargo and all that. So if you register for our next training, you will know more about cargo, right? Awesome. I think we have come to the end of this section. Tofumi, we're really glad, we're really happy. I hope that one of these days we can have time to answer.
Very, very, very grateful.
Thank you.
Very grateful.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Help me give him vote of thanks. Help me wow him. I give you the floor. Please help me talk to you, please.
Mr. Tofumi.
Yes.
Hello.
You can hear you.
Hello. Yeah, thank you. We appreciate you. We like to meet
so
you
much.
again. Thank you. And thank you for a word of encouragement. I like it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you
God
so
bless
much for
you.
having me. Amen.
Yes,
Amen.
thank
God bless
you.
everybody. Thank you so
I'm
much.
hoping that we can do an hangout by December, and if we invite you, you'll be able to come around. I'm working on that.
Around, definitely.
Yeah, so that we can at least meet you in person and get your autograph, Get your autograph and all that, right? I can say on behalf of everybody that you are a real lifesaver. I'm sure that people are going to leave this discussion a better person and get at work, such that we can say tomorrow that that talk that Mr. Tofumi had with us was what pushed us to take the next step in our career and all that. So thank you so much. We really appreciate it. God bless your work. God bless everything you do. And more money to your account, you know. More money. More money. Maybe you too. Maybe I think that the way it happens is that maybe after a few years or after a few months at Paystack, you will branch out and set up a fintech that will collect validation. So I'm expecting to get that kind of news, right? So that you say, okay, I say, yeah, I know Tofumi. Tofumi is, some $2 million kind of validation from just Series A alone, just to start things. We never even write code. Just give us 2 million. Let us just even use it to just, we wish you well. We wish you all the best. I will reach out to you on WhatsApp once I'm done. Thank you.
No problem. Really, thank you very much.
People, can you just unmute yourself and say thank you and clap your hands for him? And
thank you so much.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Yeah.
Thank you, though, for me.
Thank you.
All right, guys, you have heard it. You have heard it once again. Eh? What is it? I didn't get that. Hello. Oh, okay. All right. So you have heard it. Of course, the things that you have heard today, this is not the first time you are hearing it. But I'm glad that we heard it again. And that's my goal is that you don't just hear it from me, you hear it from somebody else who is able to encourage you and show you the path to which some of us have treaded to be able to get to where we are at the moment, and how we are also continuing our development, right? I've said this before. I've said that you should document, even if you can't write code to save your life. The classes that you have attended, document them. Madam Odola, you have heard me say that before, Abi?
Yes, sir.
Document your learning. And I told you that most of the articles that you see online are from students abroad who are learning. Somebody learns regression today, and when she gets home, she documents it, right? And put it on Medium. Do you think that when she's writing the exam on Friday, she will not remember what she documents? Right? You will discover that what they actually put online is their study notes. It's as simple as that. What they put online is their study notes. They just type it out and put a few images to it, and it becomes an article. I've said that you can do this, right? But we need to be able to get out from the laziness part, right? That is one. Two, we started a project on, at least for the NIT student now, we started a project, and I'm beginning to say that, okay, people are jumping on it. That is another way to actually develop a creative CV for yourself, right? So it is the same thing that we've been saying. Put yourself to work. It's as simple as that. You've learned the skill now. Put it to work. Find, even if I do not find the assignment for you and all the project for you, go online. SQL freelance project SQL freelance project, and take it. You will see questions, you will see the data, pull it out, work on them offline, do your summary, and put it on your GitHub. You're going to learn GitHub today now. Put it on your GitHub. It has started, such that when somebody comes to you or when you apply for an interview and they're like, what have you done? You say that this is what I've done. Oh, you've not worked for any organization before. Yes, but I have as much experience as people who have worked. The only difference is that I don't get paid for what I've done. That's all. It's as simple as that, right? So I want us to start this week, as we're going into this week, with that energy, right? With that energy, put the skills that you have learned to work. A whole lot of us here, I know a whole lot of us here who can handle more than 5-6 technologies already. Put that skill to work. It's as simple as that. Put that skills to work. All right. Having said that, we want to go into GitHub as soon as now. Just give me a minute. Let me put on my generator. My laptop is almost going down. NEPA has showed themselves. Just give me a minute. Let me just put on my generator, and then we'll continue. All right, while my slide is opening up, right, I'm just going to do an introduction to Git. Again, you heard it from Tofumi, and he talked about the fact that Git is a very vital skill, right? Especially in what technology is, or how we implement technology in this century. Git is a very vital technology to have or to learn, right? Git is very vital, and I want you to look at Git as please let me know if you can hear me, please. Please let me know if you can hear me.
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Yes, yes, yes.
Awesome. Awesome. Hold on, my slide is coming. All right, I'm sharing my screen now so that you can see my screen. I'll try as much as possible not to take our time, so that we can also prepare for work tomorrow. Can you see my screen, please? At Avita, what we try to do is give you the best, and we try to go the extra length to do that, right? Go the extra length to that. Let me shock you guys. Let me shock you guys. You know that I've not met Tofumi one-on-one before. Of course, we've been in conversations before, but I've actually not met him one-on-one before, right? But thank God that we're in a space where you don't have to know people, but we can see each other through our work, through our different work. He has seen my work and I have seen his work, and that is why we're able to collaborate. I have not really met him before, right? I've not met him before. So, and you're going to, in your journey in technology, you're going to meet a whole lot of people like that, right? All you just need to do is know how to cultivate these kinds of relationship and maintain them, right? You'll be shocked. It will just give you, it might just give you a referral. I might just give him a referral tomorrow and say, Tofumi, I know a company in Canada who is looking for a software developer for $200,000 per year. And he might be the one to just reach out to me and say, guy, you do data science, right? I know of a company in Germany who's looking for, who is in need of a data analyst or a data scientist for $200,000, $500,000, right? And we don't even have to know each other. So you need to be able to cultivate this kind of relationship. And that is why we have the WhatsApp groups and all the groups that we have. Those groups are to help you network. You never can tell where Lola is going to be tomorrow, or where John is going to be tomorrow, or where Emeka is going to be, or David, or Anita, or Tuala, or anybody. So I try to leave a good impression in the hearts of people by my character and also by my skill, such that you will remember me, Nisha. There's no way you will just remember me, right? And you know that, okay, this guy can deliver. And that is what I want you guys to also imbibe that kind of culture. Put yourself into the skill, develop it, watch videos, read books about the skills that you're interested in. Study until when you know that I'm a force to reckon with, right? That is my last piece of advice for you today. All right, please let me know if you can see my screen so that I can get to it and get to it and get to it. I'm going to share this slide with you after class, so that you can have them, right? Please let me know if you can see my screen. Am I sharing?
No, I'm not seeing your screen, no.
Yes.
You can see my screen?
Yes.
Some people can see my screen.
I can't see your screen.
Okay, I'm going to stop
Yes,
sharing again, and I'm going to start sharing again. So just hold on. Can everybody see my screen now? Can everybody see my screen now?
Yes.
I'm not seeing your screen.
Yeah, Mr. Emeka.
I can see your screen. I can see it.
Mr. Emeka, can you log out and log in again? All right, please let me mute your mic. Let me mute your mic, please. I want to finish this as soon as possible. Right now.
What do you want?
Can you see my screen? Please let me mute your mic, please. Can you see my screen now? Can everybody see my screen? Awesome.
Yes, I can see
Yes,
it.
I can see it.
All right. So, we want to talk about Git, right? We want to talk about Git briefly. And this is my introduction to this course, Git. Think of Git as it's a tool, right? It's a tool, and I'm going to talk about how it works, why we use it, and I'm very grateful and thankful that Tofumi even mentioned it in his talk, so that you know how important it is, right? But this skill is something that you have to learn while using, and multiple use. I'll try to display a few examples in class today so that we can see what is possible. But you have to use and use and use and use and use and use and use before you can get a hang of it, right? It is not difficult. Take it from me. It is not difficult. It is a social media. It's not a social media. Don't let me use it that way, but it's some sort of a social media platform for developers, right? Or for developers, right? So Git is the skill. Now, Git is the skill. GitHub is a company, right? So I'm sure that some of you have heard about Git. Some of you have heard about Git and GitHub and GitLab and all of that, right? People, please try as much as possible to stay in class so that I don't have to pop out and pop in every time. All right, so Git is the skill, right? Git is the skill. GitHub is a company that makes this skill available to us, right? I needed to clarify that. So the companies that make version control available, you have GitHub, you have GitLab. They're actually two different companies. You have Bitbucket. You have there's VS Code, developers community something. I can't remember what they call that, right? There's a whole lot of them, right? There's a whole lot of them, right? But Git is the skill, right? And what is this skill, right? So it says Git has to do with version control, right? Git is the skill that makes, it says version control is a system that records changes to a file or set of files over time so that you can recall specific versions later. It says if you're a graphics or web designer, you want to keep every version of an image or layout, which you would most certainly want to, right? A version control system, that's a VCS, is very wise. It's a very wise thing to use. It allows you to revert selected files to a previous state, revert the entire project back to a previous state, compare changes over time, see who last modified something that might be causing a problem, who introduces an issue, and when and more. So you can see more of those kind of things. I'll show you a few of them. They say using a VCS also generally means that if you screw things up or lose a file, you can easily recover them. In addition, you get all these in a for very little overhead, right? So Git, like I said, is a skill, right? And when we say that we use Git, Git is a skill that allows us, right, this is user 1, user 2, user 3, right? Allows these 3 users to have a repository, right, or a file system where they put their files. And for what? For collaboration. Right? So think of Git as a collaboration skill, right? It is not as much as we want to consider it a technical skill, right? It is just a team working skill, how do I put it now? And a collaboration skill, right? That is what it is. That is what it is, right? So when we talk about version control, you are saying that these 3 guys are working on a project, right? These 3 guys are working on a project. This person is to handle, so let's say that they are building a website, right? They're building a website, right? And I'm going to relate it to a simpler, something that you already do, that you don't know that what you're doing is actually Git, right? Some of you already started working with Git, but you didn't know that that's what you're doing, right? So this guy is supposed to build the home page. The home page is for this guy. This guy is supposed to build the contact us page, right? This guy is supposed to add images to the website, right? Now, what does Git allow them to do? Usually, in the old way of development, right, this guy has to finish development before this guy would start. That is, they have to wait for each other, right? But with the new inventions in technology and with cloud computing and with remote working and all of that, right, Git is one of those platforms that we use to help people work in a collaborative form. Now, what that means is that if they are waiting for each other, it'll probably take them maybe 3 months, right? Let's say it takes them 3 months to develop the application, to develop the website, 3 months, right? But with Git, they don't have to wait for each other, right? What that means is that they would all pull their project files into their Git repository, such that this guy can always download. Hold on. This guy A can always download the file, right, and update the file, and guy B will upload his own file, and guy A can update it, and guy C can upload his own file, and guy A can update, and like that, right? So think of Git as when you use Google Docs, right, or Google Worksheets, right? You use Google Worksheet. I'm sure a few of us have used Google Worksheet before, or Google Spreadsheet and all that, right? And what happens to that is that 10 people can be working on a single document at the same time, right? You can edit. So we're trying to create a proposal, right? Somebody is supposed to write the summary. Somebody is supposed to write the first paragraph. Somebody is supposed to write the second paragraph, and we are all writing at the same time. The advantage is that what is supposed to take the whole team 3 months, but because of collaboration, will probably take us 1 week, right? Will probably take us 1 week. So that is majorly what Git is all about, right? So it helps you see the changes, right? So a file, and it uses hash values. It uses hash values to keep track of changes in documents, right? It uses hash values to keep track of changes in document. And I've said this to you before, right? That every time you work on a document, right, either a program, a document, whatever it is, right, there is a value that is usually attached to them, right? Usually called the system change number, right? Now, this system change number, so take, for example, let's even take it slow from the beginning, right? So let's assume that we are creating a Word document, right? And we have Emeka, David, Anita, Lola, Tricia, working on this document, right? Now, Emeka is the first person to create. He was the first to. He was the one who created the document, right, and edited it. So let's assume that he just wrote the introduction, right? Now that document, let's call the document maybe a proposal, right? Sorry. Right, let's call that a proposal. What's happening? Right, so he wrote the introduction. When he edited that file, right, there is a value, right, an hash value that is attached to that document at that state. We did this in SQL. Remember when we said in SQL you can commit, you can roll back, and you can issue a save point. Can you remember? Right? It's the same thing that we're doing here, right? So he issued a what he did was he created the document and he created the introduction. Now David comes to it and he's supposed to work on the first paragraph. So he worked on the first paragraph. Now what happened? There is an incremental value in that value. That is, this value registers a save point to say that this is what this document was when Emeka worked on it. This is what this document was when Emeka worked on it. Now David has worked on that document. He has added to that document, right? What happens? That document carries another value, right? Such that if Anita is supposed to do the second what's it called? Second paragraph, right? She also gets a value for what she does. Now let's assume that Anita now spots an error in what David did, right? She can go and see a different version. She can see the version and correct it. I hope you are following me, right? It says that you can see a previous state. It says revert the entire project back to a previous state, right? Let's assume that Anita was the one who made the error. She can go back to the previous state of the data of the file, or compare the changes that David made against the changes that Anita made, right? This over a period of time. Or see who last modified the document. You can see who last modified the document so that you can know who introduced the bug. It was a program who introduced the bug, right? All of you are writing in the code, and the code was working until maybe when Tricia edited the code, and now the code is not working anymore. So you say, oh, who was the last person to edit the code? If we undo what that person did, then the code will go back to the state which it was, right? So these are more at the functions or the unique point or the abilities of Git, right? So it's a version control application, right? Now look at what I'm talking about. So a particular file, right? Right? So this is what you do on your local computer, right? This is what you do on your local computer. You edited a file, right? What happened is that maybe this is the introduction of the file, right? Then you stopped working today. Then the next day, you started again. What happened is that when you start, let's say you started the document on Monday. On Tuesday now, what happened? You open the document again. The document opened in the state of what it was on Monday. What that means is that a system change number and a timestamp is on that is on that document, such that anytime. And why did you have this system change number and timestamp? Because why? You issued a commit. That is, you saved the document. You saved it. You issued a commit, right? Now, because you issued a commit, you're able to see the document the way you left it. When you edit it on Tuesday, what happens? A new system change number is attached to the document, right? Like a save point is attached to the document, because you have the first paragraph on the document, right? Now, When you come on Wednesday to edit it, what happened? And you made a mistake. Of course, a new system change number is here, but you have edited it. Now you want to go back to the way it was on Tuesday. It's easier for you to come back on the way on Tuesday, right? Now, it's the same thing that we do on our system, except that GitHub allows us to do it on a remote. Remember the word remote repository. Remote repository. That's basically it. So you do it on a remote repository such that anywhere in the world that anybody who is going to work on that document is, they can access the document, they can download, they can upload, they can check out, they can pull, they can branch, they can merge, they can do anything to the document. It's as simple as that. It says centralized version control systems was developed to foster collaborations with other developers on other systems. These systems such as CVS, subversions, and Paphos. These are previous versions of these three technologies started the remote repository thingy, right? And says have a single server that contains all the version files, right? That is, there's a server somewhere that everybody is just putting their files. So everybody is putting their files. You go there, you update, you take what you need, you update it, then you return it back. You pull your updates back into the file. That is, you update the file. Somebody else come again from the word, pulls up the file, update it, and pull it back there again. And because it's an open source environment, anybody from anywhere can update these documents and make it better, right? It says a number of clients that can check out from that central place. And if you look at it, it's still the same system that you have with Google, right? How many of you know about or have heard about the way Wikipedia, right? You use Wikipedia, right? How many of you have read about how Wikipedia gets their information?
Yes. Yes.
What did you learn?
Yeah, get information from the cloud.
Yes, from cloud. How do they get it from the cloud? Basically, what they do actually is that somebody writes an article about, let's say, about Odunola, right? Somebody writes an article about Odunola and says that Odunola is this, that, blah, 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 blah. Puts all of those information that he knows and puts them online and puts them on Wikipedia, right? Then if you go and look at the name of the document and the title of the document, you will see the name, the title of the document, the last time it was edited, right? And if it is up for public editing, right? Majorly, most Wikipedia documents are up for public editing, which means that if you know more about Odunola, I was the one who started the document. If Lola knows more about Odunola, she can click edit and edit the document wherever she is and save that document such that every other person who wants to see Odunola's information about Odunola would see what I have written and the edited version that Lola has done. Right? So that's the way it is. Look at this diagram here. Developer 1, developer 2, developer 3, all using a shared repository. When you say repository is a logical space where we keep files. It's as basic as that. Logical space where we keep files. When we say logical, it means that it is not is an abstract space, right? Same way your email is an abstract space. You don't know where your email is. You just know that with Google or with Yahoo or with Microsoft Outlook, you can access your email. But where exactly, on which computer is your email, nobody knows, right? It's the same thing that you have in centralized version control systems, which Git is part of, right? So you now have, taking it to the next level, now this is centralized, which means that if there's one single position, right? One single position. But then the technology gets better. One single position. So which means that you go there, you put the documents, then you put it back. But what happens when this single position crashes? What happens when this server crashes? Right? It means that all the documents is gone. Gone. One single repository. What happens when it crashes? That server is gone. All the documents are gone. Therefore, the whole process became updated. It now became a distributed version control system. DVCS, right? Plenty story. What does this mean? It means that in the first situation, it was a single server that everybody was accessing, right? But in this situation now, we have a server that has all the documents. But if you look at it, the document in the server is replicated on all computers. What does that mean? It means that we are working on a project, right? And this server has all the documents for that project, right? But because we are using a distributed system, right? User A or developer A, right, would have the clone of all that same document. User B would have the same clone of that same document. User C would have the same clone of that same document. Such that when this crashes, user A or user B or user C can easily upload this document back to a new server. Are you following me? Right? Such that we don't have to. So which means that the files are safe. They are mirrored across. It says in DVCS, which such as what? Git, there's Mercury, there's Bazaar, there's Bitbucket, and all of that. It says clients do not check out the latest snapshot of the file. Rather, they fully mirror the repository. Are you following me? They fully mirror it. So which means that you have a copy of the whole file, right? So we are working on COVID data, right? And we begin to push documents to our to our GitHub, right? Or to our Git repository, right? What that means is that we're not, as much as everybody is getting that the information from that repository, you can pull the whole project down into your own system. So every single person has a mirror of that repository. It says rather they fully mirror the repository, including its full history. Thus, if any server dies, this system were collaborating via that server. Any of the client repository can copy back up to the server to restore it. So, which means that once the server is down and the server is up again, we can easily restore our document back to it. Every clone is really a full backup of the data. So what that means is that everybody has the backup of the data. The data is not lost, right? So in that technology, what comes to mind is mirroring, file mirroring, right? So we're creating a document. Odunola has the document. Emeka has the document. Basi has the document, right? But then the document is also on our repo, right? So when Odunola makes a change to the document, what happens? Basi can download that change, right? When he edits it and he uploads back to the repo, Emeka can download that change. So at every point in time, everybody has the same version of that file. So you can download the history of the file. It says Git is a distributed version control system that tracks changes in any set of files, originally designed for coordinating work among programmers, cooperating in source code, during software development, right? And the Git design it enables speed, right? The time of, so I don't have to wait. I say, have you written your code? I've written it. And when do I have to come out? When can I get it? And I would have to travel down to you to come and give it. Oh, but I'm in Africa. Bro, I don't know how to send it to you. You have to maybe travel. Maybe we'll meet in Ghana to get it. No. Several developers all across the world can work at the same time on a single project and get speed. The design is simple. It's simple to use. Strong support for thousands of parallel branches. That is, now what does that mean? We can create a project, right? And the project begins to branch out. This person is working on, so the project is project A, but there's a branch called B. We'll talk about it later. There's a branch called C of that project. There's a branch called D. There's a branch to that project called E. There's a branch to that project called F. There's a branch to that project called G. B is handled by user B. C is handled by user C. D is handled by user D. E is handled by user E. F is handled by user F. G is handled by user, right? But what happens when they are all done with what they are doing? They submit it back and compile it to form what? A. That process is called merging. So you branch out. When you branch out to the project, when everybody brings the project back, we merge it back to the master. So this main file is called the master. I'll show you. It's called the master, right? So there's a master document, right? And the job as the editing of the file or the editing of the work, maybe a code, maybe a document, whatever you're doing, has been divided across a team, right? Everybody's doing their own simultaneously. B does not have to wait for C. C does not have to wait for D. For E does not have to wait for, and so on and so forth. Everybody's working on their own. When you are done, you submit or you push what you have done and merge it back to the master, right? So everybody merges back to the master. Once that is merged, you can pull each of them can now pull that master into their system, right? So this person has this old data is on this system. This old data is on this system. It's on this system. Is on this system. Is on this system and is on this system and is on this system. Such that if some way somehow maybe we're using GoDaddy or whatever this thing we're using, the server crashes, we can easily create another server and one of us will just upload the system back to it. It says it's fully distributed, which is what I just explained, and those large projects, right? And I'll show you a few of those projects now very soon. Then data integrity. Data integrity is very, very important in Git, right? And that is why it uses value to update and check each differences that is being happening to the file. So anytime you make a difference to the file, a value is added to it. Anytime you make a change to the file, a value is added to it. Right? Now it says Git files, Git 3 file states, right? So there are 3 states in Git. There are 3 file states in Git, and I'll show you very soon. It says Git has 3 main states that your file can reside in. Please let me know if you understand what I've said so far, what I've discussed so far, or what I've talked about so far. Let me know if you understood. Is anybody following me?
Yes, I understand.
All right. Is that Lola?
Yes, Lola.
I know you are the one. I know. Any other person? Everybody, do you understand what I've explained, please? Let me know.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, for people who have been struggling with, I know a lot of people have been struggling with Git. Is it clearer now? Is the whole idea clearer now? Mr. Maker, that question is actually for you and Mr. Odonla. I know that both of you have been trying to wrap your head around Git. Is it clearer now? Is the idea clearer now?
Yes.
No, I'm not using Git. I have projects in Git on Git.
What do you say?
I already have projects on Git. I'm already using
awesome.
Git.
So you have awesome.
I've created my own, but I can't upload the project.
All right, don't worry. You will learn how to do that very soon, right? Now, so it says there are 3 stages to your that your file can reside in: modified, staged, and committed. Modified, staged, and committed. So 1, 2, 3. It says modified means that you have changed the file, but have not committed it to your database yet. Staged means that you have marked a modified file in its current version to go into the next commit snapshot. Then committed means that the data is safely stored in your local database, right? Let's see what that means, right? Now, what happens to a particular file when you work with it, right? Is either the file is modified. After the file is modified, the next thing is that you want to stage the file, right? Staging means that the file is added to the repository. But that the file is added to the repository, you now need to commit it so that it's now part of the local database. That's basically where commit comes in. So it's like you edited a file, a document in Microsoft Word, right? If you are editing a document in Microsoft Word and NEPA takes light and your system is a TV, what happens? You probably lose what you have done, right? But when you are working on a particular file, right, and you save the file, what happens? In that process, you are modifying the file. The staging area of the file is actually that the file is in memory. When you say your file is in a staging area, it means that the file is actually in memory, right? The file is in memory, ready to either be rolled back or committed, right? So when you now commit it, it means that it is now present in your system. Your local database means your system. Now, the local database can be your system, it can be your repo, right? Your remote repo. Now, three main sections of Git project, right? It says the working tree is a single checkout of one version of the project. These files are pulled out of the compressed database in the Git directory and placed on your disk for you to use and modify. So when you say you get a working tree, that's working directory. Working directory is that this file is on, it says is a single file checkout on one version of the project. This file are pulled out of what? Of a compressed database in what? In your Git directory and placed on what? On your local what? On your disk for you to use. Meaning that we are working on a project, right? This is the file on our remote, I'll just call it remote repo. You now downloaded the file, right? You downloaded the file. What that means is that the file that we have online, you have it in your system already. Now, why do you have it in your system? You probably want to edit it, you want to modify it, you want to use it, right? Then staging, right? Can you see? So this is working staging. Now it says the staging area is a file generally contained in what? In the Git directory that stores information about what will go into the next commit. It's technically means it's technically named in Git a balance of its technical name in Git is the balance in Git balance is the index, but the phrase staging area works well as well, right? Plenty story. What that means is that now I have edited. Now let me show you one thing. Now this is it. Remember that this is online, right? This is online. This is your local computer, right? That is online. That's your local computer. Now, you downloaded this. So let's assume that you downloaded your repo, you downloaded the file, and you put it on your system. What that means is that you have a copy of this file on your system, but you now updated it, right? You updated it. When you update it, what that means is that you have a newer version of the file that is not online yet. Are you following me? You have a newer version of the file that is not online yet. Now, that is your working tree. Now, when you move that file from your working area to memory, right? You are saying that the file is in staging area. I'll show you how to do that very soon. The file is in staging area. You want to do, can you see? It says stage what? Stage fixes, right? So you downloaded the file. This is the download process, right? After you have modified, the file is now in staging area, right? When that is in memory. When you now commit the file, can you see what happens? The file is restored back to what? To repository. Right? What that means is that that file that you have locally that you have updated, you now commit the update back to what? To the repo. That is what we do. Then the Git repository is where Git stores the metadata and the object database for the project, for your project. This is the most important part of Git, and it is what is copied when you clone a repo from another computer, right? What that means is that if you do not push, so we call it push. If you don't push your updates, right, we will not see your update. That's basically what it means. If you don't push your update, we would not see your update. It's as simple as that. If you don't push the update, so which means that you downloaded the repo, you are the badass data scientist, blah 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 blah, that they've been talking about. Oh yeah, work on this project. You've worked on it, right? But you didn't push the update back to the remote repo. How are we going to see it? So it's very, very important that once you're done, you update the Git repository. All right. Now, before we go into Git commands, I'm going to share my web with you. I want to show you what Git looks like in the web, and explain some of the things that you have in it. Can you still see my screen? Right. So I'm just going to go to Google. Right. I'm just going to go to Google, and I'm going to just say, please let me know if you can see my screen. It's right. So can you see? Please follow what I'm doing. GitHub. So I'm just going to click on this guy. Awesome. Now this is it. You see, this website is one of the biggest websites in the world presently, right? So this is your GitHub. This is your GitHub. It says where the world builds software, right? Millions of developers and companies build, ship, and maintain their softwares on Git, the largest and most advanced development platform in the world, right? Presently, Microsoft bought GitHub, so this company is controlled by Microsoft now. And Microsoft, actually, even before they bought it, they were the biggest contributor to this technology. They were the biggest contributor to this technology. So it was just paramount that they own it. So now they own it. So it's a Microsoft technology, but I don't think they brought it under the Microsoft name. So it's just GitHub, but it is controlled by Microsoft, right? Right. So as it says 65 plus million developers are on it, 3 million plus organizations, 200 million plus repositories, and it is used by 500 Fortune companies, Fortune 50 actually, not for 500 Fortune. Fortune 50 is even more better than 500 Fortune. All right. I just want to show you how this works a little bit. Right. All right. So look at it. Right. So you begin to do a whole lot of stuff and all of that. That's how it works. You can create your profile. I'll show you. Don't worry. I'll show you all that I think I know. And if you have questions, you can always reach out to me. You can create your profile as well. Blah 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 blah. All right. So you can just go down. You see that it's a single page website. All right. Even though they're very playful and all of that, right? You see a whole lot happening. Home for all developers, including you. You can ask questions there. You can do a whole lot, right? All right. Let's just jump into it, right? So consider this like an Instagram for developers. That's what we are going to, right? Consider this like an Instagram for developers. All right, so you can check. Of course, you can come to the website later and then see what is up. Let me sign in. Right, so you can create an account and just sign in. Right, awesome. So this is how it looks. Right, it's beautiful. Right, so you can see my repo. Can you see? Now look at this side. Can you see? I need your responses. Can you see repo? Right, repositories. So from here I can check any of my repository. Right, my username is Risola. Right, let me show you. Can you see? My username is Risola here. Right, and these are the repos that I've worked with. Right, Avita, Force JavaScript code, Angular JS Learning, sample repository, my repo. I think there's one more. I have a repo on my system that I didn't push here. I think that's where most of my codes are actually. I didn't push it, right? But these are the repos. These are the, when we say repo, logical space that I have worked with. That's what you're saying, right? Look at it. I started working on this one. Okay, I think I contributed on this one, updated on 2016. This one 2016 as well. This one was December 2016, 2019. This one is January 19. Yes, this year, right? Some of them, right? I'm not now. I don't lie to you guys. I'm not a regular poster of my project on Git. Is one of the deficiency that I have as a developer or a data analyst or data scientist. I usually forget to post my code on Git, right? But not to worry, I would also do that, right? So you can see my push, my pull, coming, assigned, created. Okay, which repo am I in? Awesome. All right. So you can see a whole lot of work that I've actually, I think I've worked on or seen. I think I contributed to some of these projects. Let me see. I'm not sure. This one, right? But let me just show you how this works gradually, so that we don't jump the gun, right? So you can pull your request. We'll talk about what pulling the request means later. Issues are issues. These issues here, right, is so you, when you say you pull request, you are pulling codes from, you're pulling codes from Git. When you talk about issues, you are saying that a code that generated a bug or that generated an error. This is where all those errors, you will see them and you begin to fix them. Marketplace is where you want to buy or you want to download applications that you can use. You can see several organizations develop applications on Git that you can also leverage on to use, right? Leverage on to use. You can see Circle CI is here. Can you see Code Factor is here? Backup up for by Rewind. That tree. I'm not sure I know what that tree is. Not this first time I'm seeing them here. Then roll, there's a whole lot, right? You can view a whole lot of them. You can see them from this side. Now, where I actually want to go to is explore, right? Explore. Awesome. Explore. Now, look at this explore. You see that if you look at it very well, it has a design like a social media design, right? It has like a social media design. Okay, can you see my repository? This repository that I've worked on and all of that, right? But explore is where you can get all that you need to get, right? You want to get a code from anybody. Maybe a developer is working on a project. You can come here and search for the developer, right? Let's say, who do you want to search for now? Let's search for COVID project. COVID projects, right? Can you see? It will give me everything that it has on COVID projects. Can you see? It will give me by language. You see a C++, PHP, JavaScript, CSS, R, Java, HTML, Python, JavaScript, this TypeScript, JavaScript, Jupyter Notebook. It will give you by that. Do you want to see repositories? Over 13,000 repositories on COVID project. Codes, over 1 million codes, over 9,000 commits, over 13,000 issues. That is over 13,000 different errors. Discussions is 23, packages that they have been developed is 7, marketplace none, topics discussed 0, wikis, that is learning platforms 1,000, and so on. So you can look at each one of them, right? This one is COVID tracking website. So we'll just click on that. Now so you can see all right, so you can see all the contributors to the project. So you can look at each one of them and begin to look and begin to know who they are. And so it's a social media for developers. That's what I'm actually trying to tell you, right? So you can now look at these are all the documentations about the project, the codes and everything, right? You can see all of them from here. The Netlify, the JSON package. I think this is written in JavaScript. Most of the data here are written in JavaScript. I mean, most of the programs here are written in JavaScript, right? So you can see issues on that code. Those are the codes. Is there any issue? Not really. We want to contribute. So there is no issues. All the issues are closed. 645 issues closed, right? You want to see some of the issues. Can you see? You want to see some of the issues. This is an issue. A sample issue to be auto closed, right? Let's see. Right. So this person raised, it says, we are no longer collecting data and are not accepting new issues. Okay, I think this is the owner of the project. Can you see collaborator, right? You can also, that's close. Let's see, let me look for a proper issue. Let's look at this one.
Hello, Mr. Sheung.
Yes, I can hear you. Who is that?
Okay, this is Daniel.
Okay.
Okay, I have a question. Okay, if I upload a project in my repository, does it mean that other Git users can have access to it and for updates and modification?
Yes. If you make that project public.
Okay.
Yes, if you make it public, of course you can hide your project on Git, right? You can, if you make it public, yes, others can see what you're doing. I'm just trying to understand what this pool is about, but I think it's just about adding. It says add. This person is saying that they should add American Samoa, Guam, and Maryland, blah blah blah, to the list of social cards, right? That they are getting COVID information for, and nobody worked on it for a while. Then they said that they have to shut it down. The issue has automatically been marked as stale because it had not had recent activities. It will be closed if no further activities occur. Thank you for your contribution. So that was actually not fixed. It's just that they just took it off the table. It was actually not fixed. So you can see a whole lot of issues from here. You can look at it. So basically, you just want to understand the project and know what the project is about. How do you know what the project is about? You just go to the project and download it. Let me show how you do that. So you can go to the files. Now, these are all the files about the project. Can you see them? So if you are going to download this project, these are all the files that you're going to download. Do you have to download them one after the other? It says no. That's actually it. So we want to go back to that code, right? You can add a file to it. That is, if you have a new file, you can add as a contributor. You can add a file to it, right? Or upload what? Create a new file, upload files, right? Or look at it. You come to code. Can you see it's in green? You come to code, right? Then you copy what you come. I'll show you how to do that. You copy these websites, right? This is the link to that project, and you will take it to your desktop application or to your to your command line, and you will pull that project. So if I want this project, are you following me? If I want this project, I can download this project using that link, right? Or I can open with what? Let's see, open with GitHub desktop. Yep. There's a desktop version. It's launching my version. I think it's on already, sir. If you don't have GitHub, you would have to download it and create an account. This is the GUI version for it. Launch now. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Can we run the codes in GitHub?
Yes, I'm just trying to show you. If you look at it, what I'm doing presently, can you see what is happening? I'm actually using a Git command to pull that project. Although I'm just trying to, can you see? I'm pulling that project. I will show you. I'm just trying to show you what is happening. Remote is connected, that's connected, remote. Now I'm pulling that project. That project has been pulled. Oh, fatal refuser, refusing to merge unnecessary, unrelated. But let me see, what's the name of the project? COVID tracking, right? Let me go to my repo and see if it is there. Desktop. All right, all of these that you see here are from Git, right? COVID repo. Let's see. Let's reload this guy. All the projects that you see here, these are different projects that I'm trying to work with, that I've not had time to work with. COVID. Let me see. It did not come. COVID. Just hold on, please. Let me just check. Hold on. Right? Something is wrong with the branch and the edge are not merging. All right. I think that project has an issue. It did not come. Even though it downloaded, it didn't show up. Right? I can't find any COVID project here. But all right, just want to show you how that is done. But basically, that is what you have for the website. We'll see how to do this in a short while. So what I would advise, or I would say, is you develop your you create your own profile on GitHub, right? Once you create your profile on GitHub, you can download, you have to download the desktop app for your system. Okay, you just followed me, Mr. Maker. Nice. Right? So you can download the application just by going to Google.
Hello, Mr. Sean.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, it's not necessary to use a git command before
No.
to push. We can use normal. Okay.
Yes, you can use the desktop app to actually push and pull.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
this is the GUI.
Yeah, GUI command.
This is the GUI interface, right? Well, I usually do not use the GUI interface. That's the truth. I usually do not use it. Right? Because.
And then another question.
Okay.
What is the benefit of the subscribe? If you subscribe to the kit, what is the benefit? If you subscribe,
okay.
I'm still that subscribe. If you subscribe to the kit, what is the benefit that will come with it?
Come in.
Go to the price.
Come in. Where did you see subscribe? Can you hear me? I don't even know they are subscribing already. Yeah, these people are collecting money already. Well, everything has to come with money. Okay, upgrade. If you upgrade, of course, you have to pay. Yep, sure of that. All right, you can also, if you go to upgrade, you can just see what you are paying for. It's just management, actually. It's just $4. You pay $4 to go pro. It's just management, code scanning, secret scanning, dependency review, depender bots alert. Yeah. Well, I don't use my GitHub to this extent, so draft pool, blah 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 blah. Most of what you need is actually in the free version. So I don't know why you want to pay, but all right. Of course, the space is now you don't keep your repo because you don't have enough space, except you are an organization. You have only 500 MB to keep your file, but the files are usually not heavy, so 500 MB can keep as much files as possible, right? But if you go pro, maybe that's what you're paying for, 2 gig of space and all that, right? That is if you go pro, right? But me, I ain't going pro. I don't need to go pro. All right, I just want to go to the commands, right? So the first thing, let me show you the command line. The command line for Git is like this. Can you see? The command line for Git is like this. So you come to, after you have downloaded, what you would have would look like this. Really and truly, Git is not something that is supposed to be taught. Show up. Hold on. Answer me. All right, so if you come here, you come to G, what you would see will be like this. All right, can you see the Git file? Yes. So you see the Git bash, Git command, Git frequently asked questions, Git GUI, Git release note. So usually you can either use the Git bash or the Git command line, but I usually use the Git command line, right? You use the Git command line. Right. So this is Git, right? This is the Git platform. Now, remember that you have to create a repo on your system. That is, you have to create a repo that is going to link to your remote repo. So what you usually do is the first thing you do after you've done that is you create a new folder anywhere on your system. I'm going to show you that. You create a new folder anywhere on your system. God, my system is slow, man. All right. So I'm going to call that new repo. Right? New repo. Now, this is my new repo. Right? So I want to link this repo. Are you following me? I want to link this repo to my command line. Right? I want to link this repo to my command line. There are 2 ways to do that, and I'm going to show you both ways. There are 2 ways to do that. Is either I right click from here, I right click on this file. If I right click on it, don't mind my system is hanging. Come on now. The video, this class is recorded so you can follow the process. I just want to show you so that we can wrap up. Right? It's not supposed to be practical. What's wrong with this guy? Apologies, please. Come on now. Apologies, people. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Sorry, my system is seasoned, but I'm sure it will come up very soon. Just give me a minute. Sorry, my system is still loading. All right, hold on. All right, so I was talking about, can you see my screen now? Can you still see my screen? Can you still see my screen? Please let me know.
Yes, sir.
All right, look at the course. Look at where my cursor is. Remember, I opened the command line from Git. I said you have to download Git on your system and install. So after you've done that, you would see all of those Git packages that you have. Then I want to, now this repo, right? This new repo that I called it, right? Don't mind me. I just use the word repo. It can be any document. It can be any name. It's an empty file, right? It can be any name, right? But because it is a repository, that's why I called it a repo, right? But it can be any name. It can be COVID project. It can be sales analysis. It can be any project, right? I want, and the reason why we're doing this is that I want this place, this location, to be my Git document. All my Git projects would be coming into this place, right? If I download a repo, this is where it's going to come into. If I'm uploading a repo, this is where I'm going to be uploading it from, right? So this is some sort of my the folder for my repository, right? So that is what this is. Now I want to connect it to this black command line, right? I said there are two ways to it. You right click on it, right click on that folder, whatever folder you want to use. Can you see my own folder? Even though it's still loading. Don't know why the system is tired. Need to buy another one. How many of us are trying to download? If you are online, you can download your Git right away. You can download Git right away. Oh yeah, now. Oh. All right, awesome. Try. Look at it. Now look at it. I want you to look at. Can you see the options that it gave? So it says Git GUI here, right? Can you see Git GUI here? Right? You can either use Git GUI. I'm using Git GUI. So Git GUI here, right? If I do that, that is connecting my command line to this repo. I'll show you the other way to do it. I prefer the other way though. I prefer the other way because it keeps me active and it keeps me, let me know what I am doing actually, right? Git GUI here. It's taking time. It's taking too much of time. All right, why that is coming up? Let me teach you the other way. Let me teach you the other way. Right now, the other way is that I'm inside. All right, this is it. This is it coming up. Can you see? It's a new repository. Let's quit this one. All right, go to GUI. Open. So I'm opening an existing repository. So this is my repository, the new repo. So I want to link it. I'll just say browse. Right, can you see? New repo is already there. So if I want to do anything, I just select the folder and that will be my repo. So this folder now has been linked to this repo. That's what it means, right? Right, that's what it means. So it has been linked. So I can now begin to create new clone. I can begin to do a whole lot of things from there. But I don't use this guy. Let me show you what I usually do, right? I use the word change directory. So I mean, I'm inside, of course, we know what this means. You are inside your C, your user, and your HP, right? But my repo folder is in my desktop, right? Is in my desktop. So I need to get that folder inside this place. So I say change directory. Before I do change directory, I want to make sure, I want to confirm if it is there. So I say directory, dir, right? It should be dir, right? I look at my desktop, right? So my desktop is there. So I'm going to say change directory. Can you see cd space desktop? Can you see cd space desktop? If I say dir, I can see everything in my desktop. Can you see my new repo? This is the file I'm looking for, right? So what I'm going to do is just say change directory to new repo, right? Change directory to new repo, right? Can you see I'm in my new repo now? So what that means is that I am running my Git from this folder now. I'm running my Git from this folder. Now, the first command you want to issue in this command, in this folder, is git init. Git init. Can you see? It says initializing empty Git repository in what? C/user/hp/desktop/new repo/git. If you go into my Git repo now, you should get, can you see? Can you see the Git? This is the Git configuration file. I hope you are following me. This that I did just now, remember that the folder was empty, but because I initiated a Git activity inside that folder, right, using the Git init. Let me show you what that. Hold on, please. I'm just going to read it to you. I'll share the, I think it's my PowerPoint that was slowing down my system. So I don't want to cause trouble again to bring it up. Right. So what we have done there is I created a init file, right? And that init file helps me activate that repository, right? I want you to write it down. So the first thing you do, I hope you are following the process. The first thing you do after you have downloaded and all of that is you open a file on your desktop or anywhere in your system, then you activate that new file as your repo, as your destination, right? Once that is done, I want to configure my environment, right? I want to configure my environment now. So what I do is I say git config. Right, git config. We use git config to configure the environment. Are we following me? Let me just drop so that you can have it. Let me just drop the slide to us now so you can open it on your system. I'm dropping it on WhatsApp. Okay, I have to drop it on all the WhatsApp groups. Mr. Maker, are you there? I need your help. Madam Odola, are you there?
I'm here.
Madam Odola, are you there as well? I'll drop this
document. Yes, I'm there.
I want you to download it and help me replicate it across all WhatsApp groups so that it doesn't take our time. Right? My WhatsApp to start loading now. I'm tired of this. Still thinking, right? Now we use the git config. Right? We use the git config command to configure the git. Now remember that the first thing you did was that you created a profile online inside git.com. Now, what you now want to do is that you want to configure that git on your system. You want to configure it to the git online. You want to link your profiles together. Are you following me? You created a git here. Let me show you. The system answer me now. All right, so remember that you create a profile here on this platform. You create a profile, username and password. When you create that profile that you have, you want to link it to the git that is on your system. This is your remote repo, but you have a local repo that you just created. That is a local git on your computer. You want to link your space on GitHub to your space on your system. That's what we are trying to do, right? You want to link your space on GitHub to your space on your system. That is what we are trying to do. That's what we are trying to do. So that's what we are trying to do here. So we use the config to do it, right? So you say, so the first thing you want to add is your username, right? The first thing you want to add is your username. So you say git config hyphen double hyphen. Are you following me? Double hyphen global. Can you see? Why are we using the word global? Who can tell me? User dot name. And you put your username. I think my username is Rensola. I'm not sure. Right? You run that. If you execute, can you see it has executed? Right?
No, I linked mine via the desktop app.
I can't hear you.
I said I linked mine via the desktop app, not the command line.
Via the desktop app, Abby. Yes, you can do that as well. Me, I don't use the desktop. I'm old school in this time. In this place, I don't use the desktop app actually.
Okay.
But yes, you can do that, right? Just trying to share. The slide with everybody. think everybody should have it now. Just check any of those WhatsApp groups that you belong to. You should have it now, right? You should have the slide now, right? So I've connected my username, right? Now I want to connect my password. Sorry, my email address. Sorry, my email address. Take down the codes. The codes are in the slide. Git space config space double hyphen space global space user dot name. Then your username. You press enter. If that username is right, it will connect. If it's not right, it will give you an error, right? Then you want to connect your email address. So you say user space email, right? User space email. Then you put your email. I take my email for that is awesome. Right now, what does that mean? What I've just done has linked my repo, my local repo, to my remote repo, such that if I push anything from here, it will link directly to my repo online. If I pull everything from there, it will reflect inside this repo. Are you following me? Right? Are you following me, please? Please let me know if you are following me.
Yes.
Awesome. Awesome. Don't be tired. Even me, I'm tired, but don't be tired. Right? Now, we want to create. So I want to, let me just copy something and paste inside this repo. Right? So I want to copy. Remember, this is my repo. Right? Right? This is my repo. Now, I want to copy a file. Where is it? Now, before we even do that, I want to check my online repo to see if that repo would reflect, if that new repo will reflect. While I'm doing that, let me copy a code from my R Studio. Right, it's not reflecting. So let me add it. New repo. Now, look at it. In creating your new repo, right, you can give the description. So you give the name of the repo, right? Creating a new repo, it says a repo contains all your project files, including the revision history. Already have, do you already have a repo somewhere? You can import a repo, right? But let's just first of all create a repo. Then we'll look at importing a repo later, right? So I'm creating a repo now. So the name of the repo is new repo, right? We can give a description for class example, right? Now, somebody was asking that the repo, will it, when you create a repo or you create a document, will everybody be able to use it or contribute to what you are doing? If you make it public, it says anyone on the internet can use this repo. You can choose when, you can choose who can commit, right? So if this is public, everybody can use it everywhere in the world. If I make it private, it says you can choose who, right? When you make it private, you now have to add people that you want them to be able to use it. So, but of course, this is going to be public, right? It's a public repo. Now, initializing this repo, skip this step if you are importing an existing repository. If you are importing a repository into this repo, that is, you have a repo that you want to put into this place, you don't need to do this. But if not, you can add a README file. Now, it says this is where you can write a long description about the project. That's the essence of the README file, right? You'll see the README later. Then it says you can add git ignore, right? Git ignore. It says choose which file not to track from a list of templates. That is, when you use git ignore, the function of git ignore is that any file that you update inside the git ignore will not be updated, right? You cannot, is a way we use git ignore to exempt files from being updated, right? Then choose a license, right? We're just going to add git, we're just going to add readme. So we'll say we're creating the repo, right? The repo gets created. We'll see it.
Hello, Mr. Sean.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, the repository we created on premises, is there a way we can synchronize it with one?
Yes, you'll see it very soon. One online.
Okay. Yes, okay.
Coming. Desktop. What? Sorry, please, I'm coming. I just want to copy a file into that repo. Awesome. So I have a file inside that repo now. All right. So this is the repo that we just created. Can you see rinsola/new repo, right? So this repo now is online. Anybody can add to it, right? If I open my README file, right? This is README file here. There's nothing inside of it here. I can edit my README file. Your README file is like your markdown in R and in Python. Yeah, this system is slow, man.
Hello, master.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, this system is so slow. You can stop some services as well as disable some startup so that you boost it.
I don't have startups. There's nothing. There's no startup. Is services, and that's going to stress us presently. By going to that place now, it's going to stress us. Right. Let me just edit this repo. I mean, this README. The system has been working for days without rest. All right, so you can edit your README here. Can you see? You can edit it. You can begin to type into it. It looks like an editor. This is a repository created for class purpose, so on and so forth. So when you are done, you commit it. Can you see? You commit the change. It says updated. Are you following me? You can commit. You can add a picture to it. You can add anything to it. It says attach files by dragging and dropping and all of that. So you can do a whole lot to it. So commit the repo. I'm committing the repo and commit. Can you see? This is so you have plenty information inside this and it has been committed. Now, I want you to look at it. Remember we said that what when you commit, a number is attached to the document. When you commit, a number is attached. It says latest commit. Look at the number that is attached to it. Can you see the number? That's the number attached to it, right? You can view history from here, right? You can view history from there, right? Can you see? This is the first. This is the first commit. This is the number on the first commit. I hope you are seeing it. This is the number on the first commit. That is the commit that created that file, the README file. Then I updated it. Can you see that? You now have two versions for it, right? So if there's an error on this file, right, on this edit, we can reverse back to this. We can even I begin to will now continue to increase, right? If I edit it again, I'll have another history, another number will be attached to it. If I edit it again, and that is basically what it does, version control, such that you have several versions of the file, and that forms an history of how the file is growing. That's basically what that does, right? That's basically the whole idea behind it. But we want to see how to sync stuff together. That's what I want to show you now before we wrap up, right? Before we wrap up, I just want to show you how to sync stuff together. I've sent you the file, right? I'll send you links to videos that you can watch as well. Can't finish it, right? As time don't go, right? Hold on. I think I'm trying to. All right, so look at it now. Hold on. Now, I have added a file to my new repo called afternoon force code, right? Now, that file is in my repo. Now, that file is in a modified state, right? Now, I want to check the status of the file, right? The first thing is when you add a file, you want to check the status of the file. So you check the status of your repo. When you check the status of your repo using git status, it will tell you the state in which your repo is. Right, can you see? It says on branch master, no commit yet, right? On tracked file, use git add, then the name of the file to include in what will be committed. Nothing added to commit, but on tracked file present. That is, in my repo, I have an untracked file. In my repo, I have an untracked file. That is, we do not have any story or anything about the file at the moment. So what do we do when you have this kind of situation? Are you following me? Then you say git add, then the file name. Afternoon first code. So I'm adding this file now to my staging area. That's what I'm doing. What's the name of the file again? Oh, .r, sorry. All right, can you see? It has been added, right? Because that query executes. So if I check my git status again, you'll see that my status is going to be clean. Right, can you see? New file has been added. New file has been what? Has been added. That is how to add a file, right? Now, what does this mean? It means that the file is now in my staging area. The file is in my staging area waiting to be committed. Remember these 3 stages that your file can exist. The file was edited or was in modification state already. Now the file is in staging area. Now I can commit the file. If I commit the file, it means the file is made permanent in my database. What that means is that once that is done, I can now push that file to my what's it called? To my remote repository. Right. So how do we commit? How do we commit? You say git commit, right? Now, when you are committing, you need to be able to give a message on the commit, right? Using -m, right? Such that you can leave a message on the commit, right? And why do we put messages on the commit? So that we can differentiate the commit state, right? You can differentiate the commit that you are adding, right? So if I call this, I can call this now first commit on the file. First commit on the file. If I run this, hold on. -m. Error switch. Waiting for your editor to. All right. So here he wants me to put a message on my commit. If you are familiar with Linux, right, this is like a Linux environment. So many things to teach. Escape. In this place, you want to enter a value. You put escape A, right? Escape A. Then you can enter a value. Right? So I'm going to enter a value and say first commit. This is my commit message. First commit. And escape. In this place, if you want to exit, escape plus shift plus column. And you see, escape shift column. Now that allows you to run a command. This is a totally new process. This is actually a Linux process, right? And we are not dealing with Linux. So just use it the way it is coming to you. Just use it the way it is coming to you. This is how to work with an editor. This is Notepad. That's why I keep telling people this is Notepad in Linux, right? Of course, we are using the Windows system, but Git is built on Linux, so the core or the bash is actually Linux. So this is your Notepad in Linux, right? This is a Notepad that you are seeing in Linux. This is an editor, right? So he's saying that I should edit it. So I'm editing that file and I'm committing. I'm putting a comment on it. Then after I put my comment, to type in this environment, you use escape A. That is escape insert. That's what escape means. Escape allows you to escape your cursor. Then A allows you to insert. Then once you are done inserting, you want to run a command to save. In this environment, you have to run a command to save the document. So I'm going to say escape shift column, right? Can you see it has removed my cursor from this environment to a lower part here? Can you see here? Escape shift column, and I'm going to say WQ. WQ is used to save. That's save. W is save, Q is quit. Right? Right. Can you see? Empty message here. Are you okay? Hold on. escape A, first commit on the document. Right? So escape shift column, save, overwritten WQ. All right, it's there. I don't know why it's saying you cannot find it, but it is there. Can you see my comment? This is my comment now. First comment on the document. A button comment due to empty commit message. Why? Hold on. This is the initial commit. This is the branch master. And this is my commit. So why you say you can't find it? Hold on, please. Hold on. Let's go and commit again. All right, so sorry. Now it's actually true. Now the commit has been done. Can you see first commit? Right, the commit has been done. So it attaches a number to it. That's the number, a 7-digit number, E7303BA. First commit. Can you see? Then it tells us that the file, one file changed, 22 insertions plus create mode, blah blah blah, and the name of the file. Then it says that the file has been committed. That is what that means, right? That's what that means. So we have done that commit. Now I want to push this file to my remote repo, and we're going to close there. I want to push this file to my remote repo, right? So I'm going to come back here. I'm going to go back to my profile. I'm going to go to my repository. I'm going to go to new, import repository. Coming. All right, so git push hold on. Where's my repository? What repository do I want to use? New repo. There's the URL to the new repo. Copy. Remote git. I'm adding my repo to this remote add now. Remote add origin. All these codes are in that slide. Right. So that has added. So I say git push origin double all. Let's push everything to my report repository. Let's see if it's going to work. Please watch the video. There is really no time to begin to explain these things. What's happening? Connect to GitHub. Sign in with desktop. Complete authentication on your browser. Okay. So it's linking already. He wants me to put my username and password again. What? Authenticate. Successful. All right. So look at it. It has pushed everything. Create a pull request, blah, 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 or master on this. So let's just go and see if it pushed it or not. Let's go and see if it pushed it or not. So if we reload this guy, all right, look at it. Can you see? This is what, can you see? Afternoon force code.r. Can you see? That is the code that you have that I have inside this file. Can you see? Now it does what? It is now in my repository. It is now inside my repository. Can you see? This is now inside my repository. And that is how to pull a file from your local repository to your remote repository. That is how to put a file from your local repository to your remote repository. So this is what you have, right? That is what you have. Let me see. Project.
Hello, Mr. Show.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, but there's no way to run these codes in Git, right? GitHub.
No, you don't run codes in Git. No.
Okay.
You don't run codes in Git. Git cannot run your code. Git is not a platform to run code. It is just a collaboration platform.
The project I
can hear you.
I had to download them as IPython notebook.
As what?
Why they were able to display.
I didn't get that.
That's IPy, like IPython notebook. I prepared them on Jupyter notebook.
Exactly.
So that was where they were able to display. But I thought we can be able to run those codes away, and I'll be killing myself.
No.
To do that.
You can't run your codes on. What's it called? In Git. No, you can't run your codes in Git. You can't run your codes in Git, right? Your codes cannot run in Git. So Git is just an environment where you put them. So anybody who needs them now, like this one, anybody who needs it can compare and pull the request. Can you see? Can compare and pull the request. Can you see my this is all everything about the file, right? Everything about the code and everything. So from here you can see what is inside of it, right? You can see what is inside of it. And basically this is all that you have inside of it. It's just an example file, right? So if anybody needs this code now, what they just need to do is just copy it, or they go and pull it. Like I'm going to show you how to pull a code now, or how to pull a repository into my local environment. Now I'm going to show you how to do that now.
So basically the only way to submit a report on GitHub is just like attaching it as a file.
I don't understand. To submit a report, yes. Now you can actually push all sorts of documents, right? Using this environment that I just showed you. You can push a report, you can push an image, you can push anything. You can push anything. Do you understand? The more you push, if I push into this environment, you just see that the files will just continue to grow, and the files will continue to grow, and the files will continue to grow.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
So that's the way it works, right? So that is how to push. Please watch the video again so that you can get it right. Now, the last thing I want us to look at is how to pull, how to fetch a code, right? So you are interested in somebody's code. Let's go and steal somebody's code now. We're not stealing actually because it's an open source environment, right? Let's look for something in somebody give me anything that you want us to pull. WHO COVID project. No, not in my repo. Let's go to explore. Sorry, we'll go to explore. Okay, let's look at functional time series. Let's see what is inside of it. All right, this is an R file, was just added. Can you see? Examples, functions, pictures, install R. Let's see. Now, can you see? See, this is readme. See what the person used readme for. Are you following me? So you can do a whole lot of stuff in this place. You can do a whole lot of stuff. This is what he added. He just added this 1 hour ago. Right, let me show you. He just added this. Can you see? 1 hour ago. The readme was added 39 minutes ago. It just, all of this just happened. 12 commits was done on it. Let's see all the commits that happened. Right, you can see readme initial commit. He added simulation functions, then committed another. He updated the readme again, added file via upload, added examples, added pictures and install R, merge branch main on that, added picture of install R. These are all the things. So can you see there's several versions, and for everything that he did, there is a different number. There is a different number for each of them. There's a different number for each of them. So although it does not look interesting to me, but let me look for an interesting stuff to pull. Don't let me waste my pull. Let me look for something interesting to pull. And let's look for something interesting to pull. Okay, let's go to trending topics. Let's see. Okay, let's look for R actually. R programming. So let's put this Adley Advanced R. Can you see? So what does this talk about? Let's see the README file. Advanced R, right? So you read what the person is doing. The build. Okay, so we can even go to the website of the person from here, but let's go back to Git, right? So it says this is code and text behind the Advanced R book. The site will be is built with book down. All right, plenty story, blah 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 blah. Right, we can see a whole lot of. So it's actually a book that the person wrote, and he dropped the code on Git, right? So you can see functions, everything that you need to know about Advanced R is actually what this person did here. Can you see all the languages that was used to write the program and all of that? Plenty story, right? Let us pull this thing. Let us get this information, right? So I've told you, you can download it as a zip file, but no, we don't want to download as zip file. We want to pull it. We want to pull it. We want to pull it. Right? So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to come here and I'm going to say git pull, right? Git pull. I'm going to paste that website, and it's going to pull. Can you see? It's pulling everything for me. It's downloading. That's what to say. When you say you are pulling, you are downloading that whole repository. It's downloading it for me, right? What did I just use? Just git pull, then the link to that document, right? To pull. Why is it giving me fatal error? These guys are not coming. What's happening? It's pulling, but I need to check what is happening. Resolving. It downloaded everything. So what's happening? Hold on. Let me check for this error, please. I'm coming. Let me check for this error. Why is it giving me that error? You can see that it downloaded, but it's not just what is doing that is not merging. It's not merging on my own side. So that's what I need to check why it is doing that. Fatal. It's not merging at my own side. It's pulling, but it's not merging. Refusing.